Hello, 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 everybody. Good evening. How are we doing? Thank you for joining me this evening. Welcome to one of the final streams we will be doing of Pikmin for this month. That being said, hello, everybody. I think my chat is broken. I had to do a setup in the background. Oh, there we go. It's clicking into place. I was about to do some technical issues, but it turns out I don't need to worry, which is lovely. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Richie Ryan, Tyzerak, Jacob S, Shopnil, Jamarart, Der Bauer, Russell Glass, Nehi Chow, Mythical Jam, Jack Campbell. Good lord. Hello, Moo. Ew, it's Dazz. Thank you. The Void, K-Chop Gamer, Reggae, Kaiju Fan. Oh, I suddenly understood what your name meant as I was saying it. Hello. Dazz, I watched you as a kid. Thank you very much. Well, hopefully you watched me while you were a kid and not while I was a kid. It'd be a bit weird if you watched me as a kid. You know what I mean? Anyway, welcome everybody. We will be doing, for the next 4-ish hours, reading. This is a reading stream, is what this is, to be honest. At the same time, I'm surprised people are interested in this. Maybe I just got you all caught up in the clickbait that is, we're learning lore, but the lore is through very direct, slightly boring, fantasy-based research. We are reading every single log. There are, what is it? Something like 240 treasures, which have 3 logs each, from very optimistic lady, Oliver and Louis. Then you have 160 enemies with 3 logs, with, you know, a very optimistic, nerdy guy. Oh, the nerd is of the treasure. Either way, there's about 1,000 logs, I think, I worked out doing just the random math on it. So, that's going to take some time. My hair itself is, like, going transparent. That's very interesting. I mean, my hair gets very fuzzy when I have a shower. Never thought I'd see that effect before. That didn't happen when I was setting up this stream, but oh well. I, too, have read all entries. It was very long. I'm also considering fighting the bosses and like the enemies as we see them. We're gonna work it out as we go. At the very least, I'm gonna learn how this damn timeline works, because while I have theories and understandings from all the conversations with the people, I'd like to see if the enemy logs tell us a little bit more. So let's get into it, shall we? I really need to make that fade out. Oh well, we'll get there at some point. Our file is officially sorted and done. All there is left is research. I didn't do the things off stage. I'll do them tomorrow. It's fine. There were some actual, like, Louis-based quizzes in quests I could have done, but I didn't. A lot of the treasures are repeated, to be fair. Oh, really? Well, I don't know how well I remember it, to be honest, so I think we're just going to have to go with it as best we can. You're going to love a lot of these, Dazz? Ah, well then, I cannot wait. Can you go through Oliver and Louis' voyage logs? There's some stuff not shown automatically. Yes, we will also do that. Let's do that after, like as a quick scroll. No, you know what? Let's do it now. Sure. One of these days, I will learn how to, like, find it. It's over here, right? With the slightly less interesting music. You know what? Maybe it's not over here. No, this is something else. I do not know the controls. Like, plus gives me that, and then that. Maybe I'll do it somewhere else. Let's dive into the treasure hoard first. No, Piklopedia is the fun one. Let's get right into the fun stuff. Lore reading, yeah, baby! Hell yeah. Oliver's logs are details and Louis are funny. That's what we love to hear. I am on the wrong side for this, for sure. Plus and then B. That's not very intuitive. We'll get there. We'll do it later. Like, I can't. Where am I meant to be? I have one of 2 sides here. I can only do so much. Oh well. Right. Let's begin with the basics. Learn our ways through, shall we? Wow, look at that. It's a dwarf bulborb. Again, I don't like this Piklopedia music either. It's too... I mean, actually, there's a little bit of something going on here. Like, there's kind of a melody going on here, but, like, it's not as good as it could be, you know? iTunes is frozen, so I think I'm just going to give up doing it in-house and just do it through YouTube. You know what I'm trying to do here. You know what I'm going to do out of this. It's time for a read aloud. Oh yes. Let's do it. A miniature reflection of a mature bulborb. When you see this little mimic stomping around on its stubby legs, you'll fall in love with the remarkably clever beastie. Such a skilled tiny trickster could mislead anyone. It's born to be adored. If I kill it, does it, like, die in the menu? Like, what happens there? Like, they're dead now, right? Like, give me a couple more swings at them and, like, what's gonna be the screen? Do I have Pikmin I can gather? I desire Pikmin. Yeah, just give me, like, all the rocks. 1 second. This music always tickles my brain in a good way. I'm surprised they didn't bring it back in any degree, like, with all the nostalgia bait that was here, you know? I'm surprised they didn't have more, but okay. Piklopedia, please. Yeah, just look at a bunch of corpses. I love that. Although initially identified as a juvenile bulborb, I really wish I could move the camera while reading this as well, but I can't. Groundbreaking new research indicates this creature is in fact a member of the breadbug family, a close relative of the breadbug. It escapes predation through mimicry, just like last time. Unique adaptation of the bulborb's crimson coloration allows the species to safely commingle. Such effective adaptation and obfuscation by a prey species is rare, indicating this clever creature is a master of mimicry. Now this feels like the old days. Oh yeah. We are feasting today. For a blissful, for a blissful bisque. Mince the entire beast finely and stir in with heavy cream, artichoke heart, and a pinch of black pepper. Heat slowly until piping hot. Rich and creamy. That is just directly from Pikmin 2. I'm seeing the correlations already. Did you get the other title screen? No. No, I never did. Oh well. Oops. Right, again as well, I can't in this form read, like, the names of the enemies. My screen is locked here and here. Like, this doesn't move, right? If I move my camera, I just go without it. So I'm afraid I'm just gonna have to, like, switch back and forth, maybe? The Oculus Kageyami Lava First Molt Grub Dog family, active during night. I like that you have the Piklopedia at night now sometimes. Among all the naturally charming dwarf bulborbs, this one might have the most attractive and well-balanced conformation. When night falls, the eyes of these fascinating creatures emit an intense glow, whether to mesmerize prey or simply to spot others of its kind. It's an intriguing adaptation. I could stare into those shining eyes forever. Bulborb lava after its first molt. Due to its pale coloration, it was assumed to be a mimic when it was first discovered. It was later confirmed to be a true dwarf bulborb. To avoid predation from adult bulborbs, it spends the majority of the daytime hours hiding underground. It becomes more active at night when its paler coloration is more difficult to see. Ah, so bulborbs eat their young, canonically. Interesting. Peel off the skin, start at the tail end, then slice thinly, and boil in a pot of heavily salted water. Serve immediately. Nice, I like it. And it's nice to see, like, obviously new enemies dealing with this. Ah, you can get them irritated. We love to see it. You don't need to hear the sounds of fighting. It's you know, they're just doing their normal thing. Actually, Ochi, I just want you to do a charge. I'm glad that they gave us, like, glow Pikmin by the start. Can I call out other Pikmin? I can't. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning more about the Piklopedia. I love that you can fight in the Piklopedia. That's great. I wish you could do more with the camera and, like, certain things. There's all sorts of things you could upgrade in different ways, I think. R. Okay, R does do something. My thing just likes to mess up sometimes. Kageyami Russus, the same as before. It has wide, googly eyes on protruding stalks, a mouth meant to swallow prey in one large gulp, and powerful red and white polka-dotted hindquarters. It's fierce, and yet it's somehow quite endearing. Be wary of getting lured in by its disarming mien. Something or other. Right, you go fight like that. I'm gonna go back to the Piklopedia, thanks. Ochi doesn't reappear. Okay, noted. This large organism has the familiar mandibles and cranial morphology of the grub dog family, as well as the characteristic bulging eyes. As with most grub dogs, the creature's cranium comprises half of its total length and girth. Oh, okay, not its brain, just its head. Okay. Showing a scarlet abdomen with white spots, this creature is primarily nocturnal, choosing to prey upon smaller creatures returning to their nests. Originally classified as the Spotty bulborb, further researchers reclassified this species as the basic bulborb. Subspecies of varied colors have recently been discovered, but academics are divided into two rival camps over how to handle their classification. It's interesting. They said this, I think, in Pikmin 2. Did I miss some dwarf bulborb stuff? Alright, we'll go back. With that, they did say, like, critics were confused on how that worked. Maybe this explains it better, because there are more people in the world. Interesting. This is also an adaptation they did make from Pikmin 1 to Pikmin 2. Plump specimens are best split roasted and whole, stuffed with a lime and slab of bacon, basted frequently, and accidentally start a fight with him. That's what we want. To ensure a magnificent, moist haunch. Okay, cool. They can scroll more? You're right. In this state, it is difficult to discern what species of bulborb any given juvenile may be by appearance alone. It's only after a bulborb's second molt that they start to display more distinguishing species characteristics. You can't scroll on Louis, but thank you for making me spot that. See, if I'd just recording this, I would have just fully missed that. So there you go. They altered the text from red bulborb to bigger basic bulborbs. It just says bulborb. I guess you're right. It used to be Spotty bulborb and then red bulborb. Was that how it was? Now it's just bulborb. We'll take it. Right, the jumbo bulborb. Okay, let me try this now. I want, like, 10 ice Pikmin. Well, actually, they might get killed. I'm trying to throw, believe it or not. Oh my god, I can't even whistle. My controller is getting worse and worse with time. I'm only streaming this month. Maybe by September I'll have fixed it. Right, I'll have you stuck. Fighting like that. Do those Pikmin still exist? No, but oh well. Jumbo, that word sets an image in your mind. Being larger than others of its species means its heart is proportionately bigger too, so its devotion to its family also grows. When it savagely bites, it's only doing so to protect those it cares about. The most loving critters can sometimes be the fiercest. Polypoid, Oculus Kageyami russus. Polypoid. Interesting. During reproduction, after an egg is fertilized by a sperm, that is an actual word and line inside of Pikmin 4. Sperm confirmed in Pikmin 4. That is a certified Pikmin moment if I've ever heard of one. There it is. There's my word. Any excess chromosomes are usually discarded through a process called meiosis, but occasionally this process fails to occur, and a bulborb individual will develop irregularly due to this chromosomal abnormality. Wow. Species like this are stronger than the average bulborb and can exhibit more aggressive behavior. However, they are not able to procreate, as they will never reach sexual maturity. Also a word that is canon to the logic of Pikmin 4. Not at all what I ever expected, but hey, Pikmin has its strange moments, okay? Pikmin has its very strange moments. Are you gonna clarify anything about body parts, Louis? It's a large creature, but the meat is tender and flavorful. It's impossible to eat in one sitting, so store some portions for later. Coat the fattier meat in cooking oil and freeze. Leaner cuts should be smoked. This is Oliver for you, the most talkative character, Nintendo main character. He's the only protagonist who canonically has kids. You know, that's very true. Oliver canonically... Well, anyway. Alright, do I kill him? No, we ain't got the time. So, dwarf orange bulborb with a whole different family name. The Pansaurus pseudoculi orangium, whatever. An imposter posing as the offspring of an orange bulborb. It resembles the orange bulborb in every way, not just in the obvious shape, but even down to its sharp senses, alert to each sound and movement in its vicinity. Oh, that's a cool adaptation. What a lovable little impersonator. They are among us. Just as dwarf red bulborbs mimic the appearance of the bulborb, it was theorized... Why did we call them dwarf red? They should just be dwarf basic, no? Oh, whatever. It was theorized that a variant mimicking the orange bulborb must also exist. Recent fieldwork has confirmed this theory. I like that his notes make more sense in this version of, like, the timeline. If there's even another timeline, I haven't fully worked it out yet. We're working it out now. Although difficult to prepare, this exquisite creature is more than worth the effort. Great for heaters. Thank you, Louis. He hasn't got much to say. He's too busy eating to write long notes, it seems. Whereas Olimar loves to sit down and make paragraphs, doesn't he? Right, the orange bulborb. If you approach it while it's sleeping, it'll immediately wake up, leap to its feet, and peer around nervously. It has social anxiety. With such finely tuned senses, it's no wonder this bulborb can get a bit sleep-deprived, though its big, bloodshot eyes look surprisingly cute. If you say so. What makes them different? Oh, because pseudoculi. This is actually Kageyami. Okay, that makes the Latin make sense. This bulborb species boasts a garish color pattern with a deep orange body and black spots. This orange bulborb's yellow bloodshot eyes make it clear that this bulborb is excessively edgy and high-strung. It follows some very strange Facebook meme groups, making it much easier to wake from deep sleep than other species in the grub dog family. Just explaining full-on a gameplay mechanic there. This bulborb's meaty flanks makes for deliciously savory steaks that shouldn't be missed. Alright, thank you. Don't read the scientific name of the Blowhog families. Worst mistake of my life. Oh dear, okay. I finally beat the game so I won't get spoiled for the Piklopedia Hangout. Nice! Welcome! You've come at the right time. Let's kill that guy, actually. I desire blood. Oh, it keeps my Pikmin. Also, hold on, can I... I was thinking maybe the Piklopedia, of all places, would allow us to just have one of every type, but it doesn't. So, oops. We're gonna stone a man now. Don't mind me. Just give him a light stoning. Beautiful. Just what we want to see. Is there a faster way out of here? I don't think there is. This little darling, the dwarf bulbear, the Oculus terribilis doticum larva, second molt. Okay. This little darling is always with its beloved mother, but when it grows up, she'll drive it away. Oh dear, okay. Like an owl that kicks its, species out of the nest. Though it may seem cruel, she helps it develop the confidence to survive on its own by forcing it to fend for itself. Such practical creatures could teach us a lot about learning to get by in the world. Kick your children. That's the lesson to learn. A spotty bulbob larva in its third stage of development. We don't see the earlier developments then. This creature's body structure is nearing maturation. However, unlike mature bulbears, it has yet to claim its own patrol route, and thus it is dependent upon its parent for guarding direction. Remove innards, stuff with sage, and finally age prosciutto, and broil until golden brown. The ultimate crowd pleaser. Alright. Yeah, the blowhogs are pretty sus. Can I eat the bulborb? Apparently, logically, canonically, yes, you can. You 100% can. I somehow missed a creature in the Piklopedia. I need to watch this to try and figure out what I missed, lol. Oh dear. Okay. Spotty bulbear. The Oculus terribilis doticum. One glance and you'll never forget them as long as you live. Those unmistakably bold lips, a most distinctive feature the likes of which I've never seen anywhere else in the universe. Nobody else has lips in this universe. When I gaze upon them, I wonder if the lips serve as double duty as a way to feel the world around it, since this cute little cuddler has no fingers. Oh, lovely. Very worried where that was going. I'm glad I scrolled. A mid-sized subspecies within the grub dog family. The spotty bulborb's unique feeding habits set it apart from the other grub dogs. It patrols a set path, searching for prey instead of passively feeding on creatures that wander into a limited territorial range. When entering Spotty bulbear habitats, it is wise to proceed with extreme caution until the bulbear's patrol path can be clearly identified. Thank you for the gameplay tip. These bulbears are dreadful in Pikmin 1. I agree. I think they are the least scariest now, especially now they introduce bomb rocks every time they're nearby, you know? For an unrivaled green curry, peel away the Spotty bulbear's skin. You love skinning things, don't you, Louis? Pulverize the juicy innards and stew until curiously fragrant. I always, for the longest time, wanted to do a IRL cooking stream where I cook these recipes, and I never made it happen. Maybe now's my chance. Like, I don't think I've ever had... Like, Pikmin's never been more relevant. Never have I had the opportunities to actually cook up my favorite recipe. It is in this list. We haven't reached it yet. I know it off by heart, so when it pops up, I'll know. We'll see. Maybe we'll see some other recipes we'd love to try. Who knows? The dwarf Frosty bulborb. The Oculus Stomagulus lava second molt. Okay, so they're all albino lava at first, and then this is like second phase, they show ice. Okay. Third phase, they are full, I guess. Maybe, who knows? The ice crystals on its back are finely detailed and delightfully iridescent. As a juvenile of the species, it sometimes overproduces that sparkly layer of crystals. One of its parents will then snappity crack away at the ice so it doesn't weigh the little one down. My heart melts when I see such loving family dynamics out in the wild. That's really cool, I like that. If there is a cookbook made by Louis himself, then I'll be impressed. There is a like an Etsy shop that make now Nintendo manuals for Nintendo Switch games because they stopped. I'd love to see their Pikmin 4 one. I'll pre-order it now. I'd love to see the recipes. Someone could make it. It's doable, you know. You gonna cook bugs? No, I'm gonna cook the closest thing I can find. Like if it asks for a tongue, I'll buy a cow tongue. You know, that kind of thing. Much like more mature specimens, the juvenile Frosty bulborb is able to create and carry ice on an epidermis that promotes extracellular freezing. However, they take an entire night to regenerate their ice, which is why they're often accompanied by adults. Juveniles display a smaller number of spots than the adults, causing some to believe that this was actually a species of mimicking breadbug. Whoa. However, the results of further analysis proved this was not the case. A sweet and savory meat that pairs well with a simple green salad. Alright. Look up Tropical Wilds. It has Louis' recipes in it. Oh, that's a magazine I want to get my hands on. I have to arrange it directly with the creators because I don't think they ship it over to the UK, but I'm going to make that happen someday. Absolutely. It has Louis' cookbook in it already. Mwah. Beautiful. That's some good fan content right there. The Oculus Stomagulus. Yes. Ice, I guess. I've learned how to read, I think, very well because of me reading Piklopedia as a kid. These are big words that Oliver chucks at it, and I think I'm pretty versed. Apart from the random Latin words I've never heard of before, I'm quite fluent at reading now. Very helpful for my job, and I think it is down to the Piklopedia. I'd love to learn Latin, probably, because of this game. The British education system doesn't make you do that, so, oh well. A creature that thrives in the coldest climates. Its ice-coated haunches shimmer like a living jewel in the frigid air. You can admire the way it sparkles to your heart's content, but don't get too close. You'll get frosty frozen on the spot if you touch it. Makes sense. A bulborb with large amounts of ice and frost covering its midsection. It's unusual to find ice such as this attached to a living organism, as it's cold enough to freeze small animals and regenerates any ice mass that gets broken off. The bulborb species is intercellular stores of sugar, amino acids, and organic acids provide it with a plant-like resistance to freezing. Do plants resist freezing? I guess they kind of do, but I don't know about that. Making it possible for the bulborb to touch the ice without freezing itself. I guess that was a question someone would have had, yeah. Sear the rich and fatty meat on both sides in a dab of butter, then sprinkle generously with fresh thyme. For those who prefer leaner cuts, I recommend the tip of the nose. Didn't even know bulborbs really had noses. Piklopedia be teaching kids nowadays, and they're going to be teaching modern day kids. This is fantastic. I'm gonna stone him again. I mean, I'm gonna stone him with ice Pikmin that aren't gonna, function very well, but it did it. Huzzah! I hope the ice Pikmin stick around because they're frozen. No, of course they don't. I could only wish. Did a doctor in biology write these notes? Right? It's really interesting. It's such an interesting... Some developer put a lot of thought into all of these. I love it so much. I could have seen myself becoming some sort of like marine biologist or just a general biologist if I had a different plan in life. I could see it. It makes it seem interesting. I wish museums had these kind of notes, because they don't. I've gone to museums recently, and it's like, here's the name, there's a picture of it. And I'm like, tell me some random hodgy-podgy Charles Darwin paragraph, please. Olimar is Charles Darwin. I don't know what that means for all the other characters. Louis Christopher Columbus or something. He just explores the world. The Oculus Volcanus. See, you can understand where the Latin comes from just from that. Snowy bulborbs and hairy bulborbs. Remember those bulborbs? They're not in this game. You're right. I thought this game had everything. I completely forgot about them. Oh, that's sad. Oh well. When I see this blazing beastie, I get a rush of excitement. It's easy to lose track of time while fixated at the flame-enshrouded form of the fiery bulblax. Its appearance brings to mind ancient molten landscapes from an era before our earliest ancestors. Ooh, so they acknowledge ancient history and the developments of planets and volcanoes. Ooh. Bodily excretions of a highly flammable, waxy substance interact with the cell structure of this grub dog's skin, causing a chemical reaction that produces extremely high temperatures. The skin benefits from a spongy cell structure that diffuses the surface heat, protecting the creature's inner organs. Due to the astonishing amount of heat produced by this beast, it should be observed with great caution. Interesting. God, how did Olimar learn this? Surely everybody's dissecting these creatures to learn these facts, you know? No stove? Not a problem. This sizzling beast practically cooks itself. Remember to thoroughly extinguish the steaks prior to cooking. Thank you, Louis. I will keep that in mind. Can I go auto? No, I can't. That's fine. We'll do it old school. They're not going to work that way. It won't allow it. 100 reds. Let's just break them. Break them, boys. Hop on. Attach to the back. Or the front. That works too. Wahoo. I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe I should... Like, how do I make that interesting, you know? The Oculus Longolingua. Oh, I love that name. Did we see that in Pikmin 3? That's a great Latin name. Its narrow snout houses an amazing prehensile tongue. It sets its sight and slurps up its target right up. I said I could learn to read, maybe not. The sweet little bean uses this marvel of evolution with great skill. Any creature with a dexterous tongue like that is unlikely to ever go hungry. Can I even throw... I could throw things at it at one point, couldn't I? Is that only back here? It's only in this form. God, that's confusing. And then I can switch it to day and night. Right. So I can throw these, but then I can go in there and there. Okay. Alright. Bit weird, but we're getting there. Instead of the gnashing jaws usually found in related species, it uses its extensible, viscous tongue to capture prey, even before it opens its mouth. It's recognizable by its tapered snout and black spots against the white back. Some theorize that it evolved its long tongue to snatch prey drawn to high-blooming flowers, but a recent finding confirmed that until its second molt, this creature feeds with its teeth, much like other grub dog species. It'll begin to use its tongue once it reaches adulthood. Ah, I see. Pat the tongue dry, then coat all sides with a spicy dry rub of your choice. Grill over high heat until the outside is perfectly crisped. Makes sense. Cook the tongue. Understandable to me. Okay, no, I don't want to be there. I want to be there, I guess? No, I've gone back a row. There we go. The bulborb lava. Do I get anything else here? Not really. Oops! I meant to just freeze you, buddy. Well, sorry about that. Let's just do that a little bit, sure. A toddling infant that anyone would love, with the body and delicate skin of a newborn, this cute little button is sensitive to all stimuli. Whatever you do around it must be done slowly, gently, and quietly. As adorable as this baby is, you might be tempted to embrace it. But don't! You could squish the fragile darling. From the Oculus Kageyami Lava pre-molt. That makes sense. Everybody is this before it starts. Gotcha. As its name implies, this creature is a bulborb in an early stage of development. Its distinct bulborb coloration has yet to appear, but it already exhibits other uniquely bulborb characteristics. It is capable of hunting nourishment independently without the help of its parents. Okay. This meager creature offers little meat, but its eyeballs are a local delicacy. Try them with okra and a dollop of sour cream. Just how I remember it. Just how I remember. In Pikmin 3 Deluxe, it said that it was ambiguous on whether it was even related to the bulborbs. Interesting. How does Olimar have notes from the endgame areas in Pikmin 4? He's just, he's about. He does stuff. Because also, in Olimar's Shipwrecked Tale, he doesn't find the purple and white Pikmin. And yet he also has notes about all of the caves that he also never went into. But he'd need purples to survive the engulfed castle. He observes. He sees more than we know, That's how I understand it, anyway. Probably. Did that even, reverse my camera? Oh, man, okay. This camera's really limited when small. I didn't know I liked it so much before. The Empress Bulblax. Hello. The Oculus Kageyami. Let's just freeze them for a little bit. Hold on. The Oculus Kageyami Matriarchia Hypertropic Gravid. Just two adjectives I've never heard before. The striking polka dots along that expansive hide provide the very image of royal splendor. While that regal presence essential for queenly quality might throw you off guard, her grand, lumpy figure has more than just visual impact. When provoked, this charmer will roly-poly and squash any threats. Approach with the utmost caution. We have never seen before it awake in the Piklopedia, at least not to me. So, can we, get it moving a little bit more, please? Because that would be fantastic if you could do that. Even slightly. I've screwed up. Well, at least they're doing it. That's good. But we're also blowing it up at an angle that we can't see it very nicely. Okay, thanks, Piklopedia. In initial observations placed doubt on the capability of the grub dog family to support a strong ant or bee-like social structure. How do I know what those are? But recent studies show the family is capable of such complexity for brief periods when certain external parameters are met. The egg sac... Excuse me. Sorry, Louis served us dinner earlier. The egg sac of the largest female grub dog within a given range swells to dramatic proportions in response to environmental changes, such as the sudden depletion of prey species. These females temporarily take on the role of pack matriarch. Also in pack formation, it has been observed that nearly all males not involved in species reproduction undergo natural sex changes. The characteristics of such specimen are quite intriguing indeed. They are just full-on bee, queen bee logic, a little bit of a clownfish, and hey, we did it, boys. We have the sex word in a Nintendo game. Woo! Yeah! Pikmin moment! Okay. Alright. God, this game's too mature for our immature community. The queen bee of bulborbs. Hello. This is going to be interesting because there's two of them now. So, we have the Emperor Bulblax, the Oculus Supremus. It has broad, moss-covered flanks and a head like a desert. I'd like to come out and fight it, please, a little bit first. Can I stun all of them? That does stun them both. Okay, cool. Get my notes right. There we go. Complete with big drooping jowls and small googly eyes. This creature appears to be quite moody, but it does have a cooperative streak. The way this temperamental, bulbous giant cohabitates with others of its kind is quite surprising. I skipped Louis. Oops. For a sophisticated delicacy, make a pâté de foie gras from this massively obese creature's liver and spread it across a sesame cracker. Just like we did before. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're there to tell me what I missed. I think I did record this in the past, and I did miss stuff in Pikmin 2. Oops. Can I get them out again? Come on out, buddies. Thank you. The largest member of the grub dog family is normally found burrowed underground. This camouflage allows the predator to surprise smaller creatures and use its long, adhesive tongue to capture prey. I think if I was to upgrade Pikmin 5 even more, I would want the other creatures to interact with each other. I want to see them in the wild, and I want more wild Pikmin. I want to, like, always have 50 Pikmin in the early levels, and you find the others just scattered around. Or you can only have 100 with you, but you can get an extra 10 wild randomly in places. And I want to see, like, an Emperor Bulblax attack some other new enemy along the way. I think that would be fantastic as, like, a twisty... Like, just to see the world doing more, you know? Don't worry, there is more for Olimar. We'll get there. The thick hide and angular hump give the organism a distinct rock-like quality. During the rainy season, of which there is none in this timeline, moss grows freely on its hump, making it nearly impossible to distinguish this lethal predator from a stone. Ooh. Like Monster Hunter? Is that what they do in Monster Hunter? I've tried to get into Monster Hunter. I had the game on the Wii U, and the tutorial bored me so much. I love the art style of it. I love, like, the base world. I could never get into it. What's the single best Monster Hunter game? Because I remember 10 years ago, someone in, like, the Pikmin wiki recommended I play Monster Hunter. So I downloaded it for them, and I didn't enjoy it. What's the best one? What is that another... I need to write that as a note. Is that another, like, Pikmin-esque game I could play? Like, it's not Dandori. You are small, I guess. Dandori game. Monster Hunter? Because I've heard it mentioned, and people said, oh, you should like this game. And I don't know if I ever have, you know? Monster Hunter Turf Wars. Rise is great to start with. All Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter is just Pikmin with people. Like, yeah, I need to find more games like this. Monster Hunter Rise is pretty beginner-friendly and is on the Switch. Ooh. Ooh, you're giving me a good pitch right here. Ooh, we shall see. Monster Hunter is not like Pikmin at all. But the vibes, the creatures, some things, you know, like Pikmin's its own unique blast, you know? I don't think Splatoon 2 and 3 DLC quite hits the mark, although it is post-apocalyptic and you are small, so who knows. Anyway, Louis, you had something to say about the Emperor Bulblax. To prep the tongue for cooking, marinate in olive oil and chop into cubes. Stir in a pot with carrots, potatoes, and chives. Cover and simmer over low heat for several hours. Accompany this mouth-watering rustic stew with a hearty roll. This right here is my favorite Pikmin 2 recipe. This is what I wanted to make live one day. Get an actual tongue, like a cow tongue, actually, you know, dice it up, put it in a stew, cook it, slow cooking for hours. Easy, done, put it in the background, stick it in a stew, and make a bunch of other recipes. Maybe come October time for the month of Halloween, I'll make this, like, bucket list of a dream idea happen. Ages ago, I did a Breath of the Wild stream recipe cooking. It was awful. And a Halloween pumpkin cooking. Moon92, you were there, you saw them, you know what I'm talking about. I can bring it back. I have a new kitchen. It's tiny, but I can make it work. Pikmin is kind of just RTS Monster Hunter, not gonna lie. I would hate an open world Pikmin. Give me like a splash of open world, like just a little bit, maybe, like a sprinkle. Because this was pretty good in presentation, to be all things considered. Imagine Louis trying to hunt for his ingredients. He got him tackling of an Emperor Bulblax. Like, he does bad in the Olimar missions in Pikmin 3. But I don't... It's because he uses Pikmin. He's not good with Pikmin. He's just good by himself. I don't know. Piklopedia chef beat you to it, Dazz? There's a Piklopedia chef? Give me a note. I need to find this guy. What? Is that real? I've been getting so many, like, Pikmin's video suggestions. I'm consuming all of them. I just watched one this morning. A couple, actually, that was doing Pikmin 3 with the least amount of throws. And they did, like, some funky, like, water out-of-bounds stuff and, like, transition areas. And I'm like, that's so cool to learn how to break the game that way. And then I saw from from someone else, a Mythbusters episode. That was really, really good. I'm loving to see, like, all these creators of all these kind. I will consume them all, okay? The channel is called Piklopedia Chef. I will look that up afterwards. I've got a nice little note on my monitor over here. Anyway, I literally just watched that video, right? They're good. Pikmin is back, baby. The sovereign bulblax. This is interesting. Because I want to see how this is actually slightly different. Sort of. It's the Oculus Supremus Advanced Age. I should not have Dr. Pepper. I've run out of water. The value of a living creature has within its ecosystem... The value a living creature has within its ecosystem has no relation at all to how big or small it is. Don't mind me. I'm just going to give it electrotherapy for a section. Thank you. That being said, this massive mountain of a critter is truly majestic. Not only does it have the courage and means to lay waste to any opponent, it also has a roar that could make the boldest traveler start to tremble in their spacesuit. Yes, it does. That's very cool. I'm really curious to hear how this recipe goes with a giant one. An Emperor Bulblax of extremely advanced age. It'll no longer display the pack behavior commonly exhibited by younger members of its species. We have read this before in the main playthrough, but we'll read it again anyway. Instead, as an individual ages, it leaves the herd and exhibits more solitary behaviors. It feeds by using its strongly developed legs to leap upon and crush its prey with speed disproportionate to its massive body. It basically grows up. You either die an Emperor Bulblax or grow up to be a damn yellow Wollihop. To determine the age of any given specimen, you count the rings of hide calcified in the form of a carapace. One ring forms roughly every year, and the creature lives. That's not right, but sure. Individuals with over 100 age rings have been discovered so far. The sovereign Bulblax's back, give us 4 logs, why don't you, Oliver, is often covered in moss and pterophytes. On a few occasions, specimens have been found with a rare species of mushroom called a bulborb growing on its back. That's a good log right there. Bloody, I think the sovereign bulblax is one of my favorites, to be honest. For a light appetizer, pluck the ferns off its back and lightly cook to remove any astringent flavor. The tongue, eyes, lips, meat, and fat are very tasty and can be prepared in a variety of ways. Mature specimens have a more highly developed umami flavor. I can see the influences in the developer here, because God, I have heard too much about umami. I watched an anime called Food Wars. Skip the first episode. That's a very hard anime to pitch to normal people. But whoa, what a umami, man. That's all I think of. That's a very cool log. I like that a lot. We're going to fight this guy somehow. Give me a second. I think if there's ever a time that I do this with a slight hint of caring about the sound, it's going to be here. What do we do? Do we stone this guy or do we use all the purples? Let's use all the purples. Used to be, back in the day, 5 purples will destroy it in its young form. But now? Oh! I guess I thought I lost all of them. Not gonna lie. Apparently, it can still die the same old ways, but it can't be picked up. Ah. Because there's nowhere to take it. I guess that makes sense. Okay, cool. I like that. A frame perfect kill. Nice. I like that a lot. Let me mute you back. Let's get back to this, shall we? The chill times are back. The fiery blowhog. Do I want to know its family name? Sus Draconus. Damn. They really should have called all the dwarf bulbears sus, let's be honest. You'll recognize it by its plump, bottle-shaped torso and round, bright red mouth. Have you ever seen such an adorable creature? But no matter how cute it seems, when observing this species, you had best remain behind it. Otherwise, you could end up in its path when it spits a gout of flame and gets cooked right up. Oh, it's Draconus. It is Draconus. This creature expels a volatile phosphorus compound from its snout that combusts upon contact with air. This fire-breathing ability is dependent upon the air-to-fuel ratio at its mouth, catalyst reaction within the expelled compound, and the purification of the compound. Ah, I see. Thus, it is highly unlikely such a complex process could cause the spontaneous explosion of a fallen blowhog. This process is also perhaps to avoid risk of spontaneous combustion in the belly of a live specimen. However, one should still treat a fiery blowhog with great care during transfer. Meanwhile, Louis, you can't cook this thing, is that right? No, you can, alright. Roast this flavorful beast for several hours, letting it stew in its own succulent juices. Don't worry about overcooking this beast, it's scorch-proof. Oh, I kinda remember it. Cool. The watery blowhog, which has the name Sus. Is it just Sus again? It's just the Sus family, or the Sus. Oh, what does Sus mean in Latin? What does that mean? Lugians. Oh, it's just Lugi. Though it looks a lot like its flame-spewing counterpart if you were stupid and colorblind, remember that blue around the mouth is for water and red is for fire. Yeah, okay. Keep that in mind, and you can avoid being unpleasantly surprised. A watery blowhog shower to wash away all your dirt and woes at the end of the day doesn't sound so bad. I don't know, man. The blowhogs are pretty sus. They are not. Everything else in this planet is sus except for the blowhogs. You see what they are. You get it. There's no deceit in any of this. Literally everything else does mimicry and trickery. The blowhogs are the only thing that's, like, truthful, I swear. A variant subspecies of the fiery blowhog, the watery blowhog lacks several of the genes necessary for the production of fire-producing catalysts, and thus expels jets of the non-flammable liquid. This subspecies appears to have only recently evolved, however the hereditary traits of this variant are dominant and highly robust, so its population is rapidly increasing. Do you think this guy only, like, evolved between Pikmin 1 and 2? No, because we're in a whole different universe. Never mind, because they don't appear in Pikmin 1 when they were white water Pikmin. Never mind, I'm wrong. Sus means pig. Ah, so it's a dragon pig and a snotty pig. Lovely. This beast's unrivaled moistness gives it a melt-in-the-mouth quality that's incomparable. Okay. Now it's the Sus nivisventi. Ooh, I'm learning a little bits and blobs about Latin words. Kind of. It's ice in a different form. What's that? You think the different types of blowhogs all look the same? You need to look a bit closer. For example, this little fellow has light yellow eyes and an aquamarine body with... I don't see the aquamarine body. Like, my color blindness sees no difference there. I would have never noticed. With turquoise lips and blue nails. It all comes together to create a unique appearance designed to give anyone the chills. When the imhogster is sus, why would you send that? Why did you say that? You didn't need to do that. And yet here you are, doing exactly that. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Also, I've come to learn... No, that's... Oh, that's interesting. Why is that not focusing correctly? I have chat box functional, but it's not appearing. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This species has the ability to condense atmospheric carbon dioxide within an organ called a cold sac. The cold sac creates dry ice, and its vapors are then expelled as icy breath. So there is carbon dioxide in the air, as well as deadly oxygen. Okay. A close relative to this species, the fiery blowhog, can keep its internal body temperature from rising because the phosphoric compounds it expels only ignite when they make contact with the air. In contrast, the snowy blowhog maintains internal bodily conditions below freezing, and its other internal organs are protected by thick layers of fat and the extracellular freezing that occurs within its cold sac. Interesting. Do you like this game's Piklopedia or Pikmin 2's Piklopedia better? Oh, I think they're two completely different beasts, because the old one had better music, better camera, great notes. This has copied and pasted notes, worst camera, but you can engage and there's 3 sets of notes. So it's kind of like pros and cons. I think they're equal, just different flavors, you know? Like a snowy blowhog to a watery blowhog, you know? Blowhogs, growers, or showers? I don't want to know, man. I don't want to know. Let's not make too much of a Pikmin moment out of these logs, eh? Someone's going to mention a penis in here. I can already tell. I just sense that someone's going to bring it up. And it literally could be any one of these three for completely different contexts. Anyway, that's not sus. That is... It was still sus. It's the sus Draconus hypertrophic. Massive gouts of flame blow out from that gigantic body with astonishing force, enough to make you think of a volcanic eruption. This critter exhibits the power of nature's fury. One can be truly overwhelmed by the sight of Titan Blowhog's raging torrents of fire. The Titan Blowhogs. Okay, it's actually called a Titan Blowhog. Oh my god, okay, I was gonna say that's a great name. I thought it was called Jumbo. We'll be probably calling it Jumbo whenever I see it in game. Due to a hormone abnormality, this fiery blowhog specimen has grown to an irregularly giant size. Is it down to chromosomes again? I don't know. I don't know. As a result, its mouth and the organs that regulate its fire-breathing abilities are significantly larger, so the firepower of this specimen greatly exceeds that of its normal counterpart. The fire it produces is actually so strong that the stress it places on the creature's internal organs is magnified, thus reducing its overall lifespan. This species is also unable to get laid. It is so incredibly powerful, and yet, despite its clear abnormality, one single red Pikmin is all it would take to defeat this damn thing, because it's still a little bit of a chump. Oshi helped as well in that case. The Titan Blowhog is massive. It certainly is. This is, like, satisfying, man. Although it's kind of taking me back to an old video I watched 10 years ago that I also referenced 10 years ago in voice of watching someone beat the final boss of Pikmin 2 with a single white Pikmin. It'd be interesting if it's like the... Oh my god! The fire itself blasts them away. Oh, so it is stronger than one red Pikmin. That's incredible. But it doesn't blow away Ochi because we are push-proof. Oh, I see. Ah, is it the same as in Hay? Oh, you know, it could just be a Hay Pikmin boss. Did any Hay Pikmin enemies come back? I don't think so, right? Interesting. Creature too large to easily carve. Bigger is not better in this case. Wow, Louis, I would have thought you'd eat on that thing for days. Then I looked at my Blowhog and I said, Blowhog, more like sus Draconus. Ah! The Pikmin fandom, man. Their jokes are something else. We're bad at what we do. What can I say? Actually. I remember you saying that exactly in your Pikmin 2 playthrough. Yeah, see, man, I've peaked already. I'm just coming back to the old reliable comments, you know. Back to Snowy Blowhog Louie. Did I miss that? Oh yes, I did. Thank you for pointing that out. Sprinkle lightly with salt and eat while the ice bag is still fresh and crunchy. Just one bite will give you the most satisfying brain freeze. I like that. I like that a lot. Right, the Blizzarding Blowhog, which is the sus Nivisventi hypertropic. I'm seeing what that word means already. This creature blows out an unending gale of freezing, blizzard-like winds. Talk about lung capacity. With this hulking darling around, we could cool down those hot summer days in an instant. Although it does exhale carbonic acid, maybe that's not such a good idea after all. I love how I had two thought processes thinking about reading this. First, lung capacity. I'm also very good at. I hold my breath almost every day because I hold my breath around cigarette smoke. Just a fun quirk I do, so I'm really good at holding my breath. But also, we could cool down those hot summer days. Makes me think that somewhere they're having a climate crisis and some, like, posh middle-class mothers like, oh, just go around a Titan Blowhog. You'll be lovely. Also, wait a minute. Titan Blowhog? Snowy Blowhog? Am I on it twice? Did I not read this thing before? How am I lost? Did I never fight it before? Where am I? It was the Blizzarding, that's where I was. Yeah, okay. That explains my confusion. This is Pikmin. You're very right. Remember the blizzard? How about we bring a special type of Blowhog that creates blizzards? Well, as long as it's not the company, then maybe. This specimen is actually a snowy Blowhog that's lethal expeller of icy air. However, it's grown to a gigantic size thanks to its endocrine abnormality. Endocrine. What is that? If I had done marine biology or just biology of any sort, I would have understood that. That was my Facebook going off. I didn't even know I had Facebook open. Goodbye. I no longer want your alerts. Thank you. Vamonos. Unlike the Titan Blowhog, this condition does not sentence the blizzarding Blowhog with a shorter lifespan. In fact, its lifespan is actually much longer than that of the average snowy Blowhog. The organs that produce the dry ice, very gross, are also enlarged in this specimen, perhaps in order to make production more efficient. Oh, I like that. Wait, Dazz, are you in the SS Dolphin too? Yeah. It was just found in my local scrapyard. Don't worry about it. I was trying to understand a comment, but it was too much. Never mind. You don't need to hear it. The endocrine system is for hormones. Okay, so it's not chromosomes anymore. Some are big because of chromosomes. Some are big because of hormones. Interesting. I like this, like, variation, you know? Dazz, make sure not to hit a meteor while you're in your ship. Don't worry, I will try my best. Scrape the interior of its elongated nose with a spoon. Alright, for a quick dessert of meaty shaved ice. Add a drizzle of sashimi-grade soy sauce to take it up a notch. Does this assume then that it's already shaved ice on the inside? God, that is horrible. Louis is into sounding blizzarding blowhogs. What is this reality? God, I hate Pikmin sometimes. The imageries it comes up with, you know? The tusked blowhog. Yes, a new guy. Are you sus as well? You are sus as well. The sus magdentum. Okay. Here, take some of these for a little bit, why don't you? But I'll also give you some of this to keep you in place. Settling its unwavering sights on its target, it makes a ferocious mad dash at full speed. Even if you hit it really hard, you won't slow down this bold beastie. It single-mindedly carries through its actions with an unwavering focus that inspires me to improve my focus on my own tasks. Lovely. Similar to an ancestor species of the fiery blowhog, because that thing has too many goddamn cousins, this creature has a pair of sharp tusks that it uses to charge enemies with vigorous violence. It demonstrates its aggressive nature when it pursues its prey and when it's attacked by a predator of its own. In case of the latter, the tusked blowhog will attack its attacker, causing them to balk while it can dash away to safety. This species also has an incredibly sharp sense of smell, which it uses to detect the pheromone-like scent of its favorite food, underground mushrooms. Ah, well, you would have loved my old flat then, tusked blowhog. For those of you that weren't aware, my house, a year and a half ago, had mushrooms growing out of the carpet. It was built so that the balcony was above the house, so when it rained, it went to the bottom of the balcony and then seeped through our walls into our carpet, and we grew mushrooms. It was awful. And then we barely got any of our money back anyway. We couldn't fight off the deposit things, and then they sold the house for a six-figure number when they really should have been sued for all of their assets. Stew with roast veggies, wild greens, and a bit of miso for a mouth-watering and rustic flavor. Drain all the blood beforehand to avoid that gammy smell. Yuck. Oh, Pikmin Burble just says, yeah, that was my life. I know. What were you up to in the last 10 years, Dazz? Dealing with rain issues in Britain. A big mistake. Dazz can become a mushroom-eating plumber. So many people said I should eat the damn mushrooms. They were not edible. They smelt weird. Anyway. The armored cannon larva. Not a cannon beetle larva. Or something. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I love that you can freeze any frame as well. So this is something entirely different. This is the Granitus chuckalinae. Chuckalinae. I see. Chucky. Chuck. This little creature will spew a giant stone bull, what some call an odama, when it feels threatened. A reliable cultural document assures me similar items were used as weapons in ancient wars. Maybe this creature is using it in the same way to fight the war for its survival. From the lithopod family. Isn't lithopod a real thing? Like metapod is just actually a lithopod? I mean, I guess they do say dog, grub dog in this game. We'll see. Everything is edible if you've got the guts. That's very true. That's what our ancestors said once, you know. This specimen is a lithopod larva. Lithopods, like flint beetles, use internal metabacteria to digest chemical... digestion, to aid chemical digestion. That would explain my misstep. These God, why'd I use that to stop, man? And also, he doesn't stick around ever, does he? Let's just look at the ground for a while. Just stare at the grass. That's what they want you to do in this Piklopedia, apparently. These metabacteria can only survive in certain environments, such as within the body of certain insects. So lithopod larvae do not contain any metabacteria immediately after hatching. Larvae feed on partially digested or regurgitated by mature lithopods, ensuring the larvae obtain metabacteria they would not normally have acquired. Okay. Carefully remove every grain of sand, peel back the exoskeleton, and up heartily. Or deep fry it too. Yeah, that works. Lithopods are not real. Okay. What is metapod based off of then? What is... like, is it just... is it like a really... like just a... catapod? What am I thinking of? That's a cocoon I'm thinking of, which is cascoon. The rock and Pikmin ice lore surprised me. Okay. Lithopods sound real because of IRL creatures like tetrapods and decapods. Oh! And they seem like they're based on numbers, tetra and deca. So why litho? You know? Yeah. Metapod is based on cocoon. Yeah, but it's a pod, so... no? Okay. Ah, well. Ah, yes, the Pikmin 1 armored cannon beetle. Yes, now called the horned cannon beetle, which was, again, the Chuckatus? Not at all. It's completely different. Okay. Still lithopod, but Granitus ferus. Also, can I make you fight in the day? In the night? No, I can't. I can pause you. Ah. And then it pauses at a completely different angle. See, this Piklopedia, man, it's got, like, pros and cons, you know? Like, something about it's, like, good. A lot of it ain't so good. So, oh well. Its shiny back carapace is one of the precious stones of the natural world. When it lifts its ebony wings, the briefly visible flesh beneath creates a striking color contrast. This is a living work of art that transcends the imagination. Can I get it stuck? Like, can I get a Pikmin carrot stuck in its... I can! Wow. That's cool. Can't see the back, though, because of this damn camera angle. Typical. A stone-o-pod, basically. Ah. This is the most bizarre name change to me. I mean, they made more cannon beetles, so they're just expanding it, you know? Kind of how science actually would. As you discover more things, you need to be more specific. Not all of them are horned. Males of this species are known for their horn-like blowholes. Not blowhogs, that's something different. Also, there are females. They don't have horns. When females reach maturity, their blowhole closes, and they lose the ability to launch rocks. At the start of breeding season, the females lay eggs on rocks launched by a male. Okay. The rocks then become food for the growing larva. So they eat their own siblings, or their own parents' sperm. I see. I'm learning maybe I should have been some sort of biologist. Apparently, it's very saucy. Though once mistaken for adult armored cannon beetles, this species is actually a naturalized, non-native species that migrated here from another continent. Right. Because of tectonic plates moving? The horned cannon beetle can breed with like, Jesus, Oliver, slow down, man. My goodness. The horned cannon beetle can breed with adult armored cannon beetles. That's a larva. No, okay, that's not quite right. But only about half of the eggs will actually hatch. This hybrid species has the potential to seriously pollute the gene pool. Furthermore, it exhibits aggressive territorial behavior, sometimes launching boulders at young armored cannon beetles, which has driven the latter species to the verge of extinction. Ooh. Armored cannon beetles. Is that the original thing that we saw before then? And that the Pikmin 1 ones are disappearing? This isn't an armored cannon beetle. This is a horn... Armored. Arctic. Female shear grub. Which one's the armored? They're, like, what was that? The Pikmin 1 one? Like, what am I seeing here? We need to protect those species. Hey, man, there might be environmentalists next time. That'd be interesting, like a rival group that says, don't kill anything here. Drop into... Oh, my God, Louis, that's awful. Please kill it first. Drop into boiling water and let it cook until the shell turns red. Remove from the pot and peel. Sprinkle the drained meat with rock salt. It's just like a bloody lobster, isn't it, basically? Armored cannon beetle are a different species. Armored was Pikmin 1. Ah, that's interesting. And yet they can make hybrids. It's extinction and it's hybrids. Kind of explains the cannon beetle section in the last area. Ah, right. Okay. When it's like surrounded by. Interesting. Oh, I love this. This is like good nature lore that you could just bring up in a trivia fact. I'd love to do a game show trivia quiz, and there'll probably be the answers will be what you know about these creatures here or something. Make a guess or something. I don't know. Not so fun fact. They boil lobsters alive to cook them. Ouch. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Which probably means that's what Louis is suggesting, let's be honest. The Granitus frostitum. How on earth he does that, by the way, with a giant thing like that? I have no idea. Maybe it'd be interesting to see. Giant frostitum lava. Okay. Now, if I throw some of you out and then also zap you, it doesn't freeze you until you come out. That's interesting. Whether or not there's snow on the ground... Whoa. When there's this surprising sweetie comes around, you can have a snowball fight anytime. But don't expect it to go easy on you. You're in for a one-sided defensive battle, and you might end up looking like a snowman by the end. Like other members of the lithopod family, its internal bacteria are specialized to form ice compounds from ambient moisture, which it then expels as projectiles. It's really cool to see enemies that we've known for a while kind of get like better Piklopedia. But I can't believe Pikmin 3 didn't have the Piklopedia, did it at first? Or at all? God, that game. It technically doesn't rely on cold temperatures to create this ice, which is formed by pressurized internal fluids that act as a coolant. When the projectiles rapidly expand, they absorb ambient heat, lowering the air temperature enough for the moisture in the air to freeze. Cool. Use the pause? Ah, that's what I should do. I'll do that next time. Yes, you're very right. Bit less fun, but that makes better than staring at the damn ground. Peel back from the shell and sprinkle the tender meat with a dash of salt before slurping up raw. For a refreshing dessert, pour fresh fruit juice over the snowballs. Don't eat yellow snow. I did. You get the horn cannon beetle to kill the armored cannon beetle larva. Yes. And it does fight them sometimes, I guess. Huh. And hey, if you would have a chance to get invited to the game show event, then I need to know my learning skills. Then I need to know my learning skills. It's from the... Yeah, exactly. Get some knowledge in there. You gotta consume all of it. It got one in Deluxe. That's what I remember. Yeah, okay. Are they copied and pasted from Pikmin 3? I don't remember if I read them all, to be honest, from then. I was very busy during the Deluxe days. Right, the Arctic Cannon Beetle. Here's what we'll do. We'll get... Oh, wait, we can't... Okay, we can do that. There we go. That looks luscious. That is a less appealing camera angle. God, I hate this Piklopedia sometimes. A beautiful armored bug called the same thing as Frostitum that sparkles like a diamond. The sight of it busily tromping along, the way it sucks in air and spews out snowballs, everything about it is remarkable. While standing transfixed by its stunning appearance, you'll end up covered in snow for sure. Which means Olimar has a log on the Plasm Wraith. Ah, I should have read that. I probably did. Oh well. Upon reaching maturity, the blowhole on its head closes, leaving in its place the pointed crest of the Arctic cannon beetle's shell. In order to get enough food in nutrient-deficient environments, adult specimens start breathing through their mouths. Hey, like me, I have nose problems. Some experts have posited that this adaptation caused the species to lose their territorial competitions with the armored cannon larva, driving it into colder environments. Ooh. Though this beetle has increased suction strength, it must ventilate via a spiracle on its abdomen and open its shell to avoid rapid body inflation. Wow. We have body inflation mentioned in Pikmin 2. Isn't that fantastic? Sorry, Pikmin 2 too. I was wondering if it was going to say because it breathed through its mouth, its, like, mandibles got smaller. Because apparently that happens to humans. If you breathe through your mouth consistently, your chin sort of starts going in development, like, especially in the teenage years. So I also have a very weak chin. I can't breathe through my nose enough to get oxygen. So if you've ever seen me without a beard, it's very baby-faced, which is why I've grown it out in the last 10 years. Boil the meaty legs until fully cooked, and then drizzle with a generous amount of lemon juice. Once the juice has seeped its way into the muscle fibers, suck the meat out of the shell with one big... Thank you, Louis. Thank you for doing that to us all. Pikmin 4, rated E for everyone. Is it actually? Because there's a lot of horror elements in this game. The female shear grub, classic, with a very long Latin name that says Himagiae mandibulosa. F. From the mandiblard family. This little one's primary food source is secretions. I can't attack it? Okay, that was weird. It was all frozen for a minute. Lovely. Secretions from ambuloradices. Ambuloradices. Like Pikmin. Oh, okay, that's what they are. To fill the bellies of so many shear grubs, there must be a healthy population of ambuloradiscus creatures in this world. It's through shear grubs like this that we get a glimpse of the hidden secrets of the planet. Oh yeah, Deluxe Piklopedia is where Brittany shipped the Wraith and the Olimar. Wow, that's incredible. It's probably E10. Pikmin 4 is rated 10+. Ah. Go read the Plasm entries in Deluxe. I don't think I've got it downloaded on the Switch right now. I might do, but it's a lot of effort, so we'll see. The males of this species are purple and black creatures with tapered mouths, while the females are lighter in color and lack an armored exoskeleton. As with most mandiblards, these creatures have regressed to the point where they have lost both legs and wings. They've been seen crawling around on the ground and are believed to feed on the vegetable extracts from the congealed fluids of expired Pikmin. Oh my god. Congealed fluids of expired Pikmin? I thought they became ghosts and then you never had to worry about their corpse. That's just censorship. The Pikmin corpses are actually there on the ground. And then they rot into juice. Good lord. For an unforgettable quiche, slice this creature up and mix with 4 eggs, 2 vine-ripened tomatoes, diced zucchini, and generous handfuls of feta and Swiss. Bake until crusty and golden. This beast is most flavorful if caught and cooked just after laying its eggs. That's horrible. What does that imply? Like the hormones from like a pregnant and just birthed female create some better taste? That's horrifying. Also, I feel like this recipe is more about the ingredients on the side, I feel like, you know? I don't know. Interesting. Right, male shear grub. Mandibulosa M. With its powerful jaws, the male shear grub can secure more food than the female, but it doesn't keep it all for itself. Right now, in the ground under our feet, mated shear grub pairs are sharing food with each other. What a generous, snuggly grub. Mated shear grub pairs. This is a real mature Nintendo game. This specimen is a male shear grub. Having lost both legs and wings, the male burrows into the soil and waits to ambush small creatures that pass by. This creature's mandibles can be dangerous, making creatures such as Pikmin easy prey. No more to say about that. We copied and pasted from the second game and then never came back to it. I see. Spread several specimen in the bottom of a casserole dish, layer with sliced avocado, and top with cheese. Bake until the meat is cooked through and the cheese is lusciously browned. Also, how does Louis have the knowledge of actual ingredients? Because now we actually have a collectible avocado, you know? That's like the... what's that called? The crusted thing? Crated? Something or other. Why don't they just call it an avocado if Louis knows it's an avocado, you know? What the hell was Louis on? Yeah, he's having a bit of a moment. He always is, you know. Right, I'm interested about these guys. The mama shear grub. Why can't I fight it in that mode? Like, the menu was shorter. You saw that, right? Let me pause on your death. Or on your damage. How about that? It's almost interesting. I did my best. I can't even see it at all. Okay. Since, no, this is also neotenic, apparently. Nope, I don't need that screen. I need this one. The Himeagea mandibulosa neotenic. Bloody hell. Since it's exceptionally large, when it squirms to move or wriggles minutely side to side to dig its whole body into the ground like a drill, you can observe it in all its exceptional detail. The way it moves is enchanting to watch. It's a shame you paused and then obscured it with an explosion. If only we could super-duper size all creatures like this. You could have, and it would have made the game so much more expansive and also easy to do, but yes. The mama shear grub will typically molt when it reaches maturity. Hello.
Dankmemeboy5684 super chatted $2.59.
Thank you.
You need to see Olimar's entry on the memory harp.
Okie dokie, we will do. Thankfully, we are doing the treasure hoard straight after this. I know I need to do the voyage log, all of this, and then all of the treasure hoard with all the different notes. We're doing all 1,047 logs there are, and the 100 voyage logs, I guess, as well, to a certain extent. Don't worry, we will get to it. I'm actually very excited to see how, like, the musical instruments come out. So, yes, we will do that. Don't you worry. The mama shear grub will typically molt when it reaches maturity, then dig itself into the ground to prepare for egg laying. However, certain types, like this specimen, exhibit neoteny, and retain the appearance of a juvenile of the species. If this species locates an abundant food source, they won't leave it. Sometimes they will stay at that spot for years, steadily growing to gigantic proportions, like this one. Was it just normal female shear grubs that attached to fruit and weighed it down in Pikmin 3, or was that a different shear grub? What was that? Though this specimen has the look of a juvenile, it has fully developed reproductive abilities. I don't know, where are you going with this, Oliver? And can achieve impressively high birth rates. What are you doing? What is this world? Why does that work? Why did they design it like that in their fantasy? Its offspring, however, are the same size as a typical shear grub. Okay, cool. So it's just a giant child-looking thing with reproductive abilities. No, alright. That's a swarming shear grub. Okay, yes. They don't appear. It's interesting what mechanics they dropped. I really wished they brought back the camera. I really liked the camera in Pikmin 3. Give me a bit. I wanted to take a selfie with all the enemies, man. That would have been great. Oh, well, it's fine. The shear wig, everyone's absolute favorite. God, I hate this thing. The Himeagea valaris mandiblard family. It may be small, but it's full of vim and vigor. I am still paused. Is that why I couldn't do anything? That might have been it. That might have been the reason. Let's just zap you. Oh, no. I wish for a big ol' bomb. Again, they keep landing in, like, the... so I can't see any damn thing. It hovers in midair, then zips straight to its target. And once it has prey in its jaws, it locks on tight and won't let go. The shearwig, a cunning and fierce survivor, has a death grip on my heart and soul. Also, rigor mortis is technically a thing, so how do the Pikmin get out when they die? They should be stuck more than ever, no? Oh well. Goddamn lollies are canon to Pikmin now. I know, that, yeah. No selfies is sad, yeah, definitely. I liked bitter spray. I'm kind of okay without that one a little bit. I also think even spicy sprays are a bit advanced sometimes, but oh well. Anyway. Unusual for their genus, flying mandiblards have retained their wings. However, only the adult males of this species can fly. Oh, the patriarchy, what can I say? Females of this species spend most of their lifespan underground. They do emerge for a period after maturation to spawn, but they never metamorphose. Okay, but we never see them as well. Grate this beast into a zest and whisk with sugar, cream, and chopped dark chocolate for a lusciously indulgent mousse that's a true culinary coup de grace. Ah, this is another recipe I remember. Mwah. This is like on my list. I need to make a list. I'm gonna probably just watch back this VOD, to be honest, to like make my list. Shearwig is on the list. If there's any recipes you're like, cook this, let me know. I will not be boiling a lobster alive, though. Just letting you know now. Ice is kind of the bitter spray replacement, yeah. in a nice way that sort of marks it together. The sheer flea even, loved them in the normal game, hated them in that last Andori battle. The Suprictus rubro, emphasis on the second syllable there, from the spring jab family. Ooh, that's new. If you find any of these busy little bouncers happily hopping about, try jumping in with them. If you do, they may just come to you for cuddles. They're such sweet little love bugs. I guess shear fleas are the things that weigh things down, I guess, eh? The sensory hairs growing on this creature's orange body, I thought they were red, segments can detect body temperatures, movement, and carbon dioxide levels. It brings to its prey with its claw-like front legs and sucks their blood through its pointed proboscis. Researchers found that the shear flea can store energy created while contracting its bellows-like body in the elastic proteins located at the roots of its hind legs, allowing it to repeatedly jump very high. Its Stop talking about the reproductive abilities of these creatures, Oliver. My god, what's wrong? I mean, he has been alone for at least 2 months, so maybe that's the case. Its reproductive rates are rather explosive. A small group of egg-laying females can boom into a population of over 100 in a month's time. Oh, God. Did we see Louis' loads on the Mama Shear grub? I think we did, right? No, we didn't. What is wrong with me? I'm so sorry. Best enjoyed with big and round and full of eggs. Salt lightly, then grill. The squishy, sticky mouthfeel will have you coming back for more. How did I miss that? How do I keep making that mistake? Oh well. Salty, sour, and sometimes sweet. The flavor changes depending on which living creature it's fed from most recently. Oh, I like that. That's interesting. Oliver, we get it. You learned biology. Yeah. No, it's in nature. It's important to talk about reproduction. You realize that sounds like a nerd just trying to defense it. Like, I know it's obviously an actual valid comment you have, but
I'll have you know, it's just nature. I have to see how the bears bang each other. Is it in private? Where do the children go? I must know. Like, you know, it just is.
That's my impression of Charles Darwin, basically. Anyway, the burrownit family. Forget the bloody joustmites or whatever. Well, this is a joustmite. What is this? The spring jab. Forget the spring jab. Burrownit time. From the Trilobitins reversa. The eyeball-like pattern on its shell remind me of my father's eyes. Dead. Staring at me while we buried him. We dug him out immediately when he gave us that look. Makes it easy to imagine what an effective deterrent those staring eyes must be to natural predators, like birds. You need to take a shot every time Oliver talks about reproduction. Oh dear. Others within this family wear their shells on their bellies, but this one shell functions more like a helmet. Its wings have atrophied into uselessness, so instead it burrows beneath the ground and pops out only to pierce prey with its needle-like proboscis and drain their bodily fluids. Oh, I didn't know they did that. When a Pikmin just disappears at the end of the mandible, I didn't know they got sucked, drained, and then dropped. It's horrifying. Larval joustmites remain underground for years or even decades in some cases. Nice. Boil in the shell with a pinch of salt until bright red, then serve piping hot with tartar sauce. Shall do. Oh god. Oblitins? What is this? Trilobitins. I need to remember this. Trilo? Is that like stabby bitins? Probably not. Trilobitins reversa volanti, because this guy flies. The flighty joustmite. With a countenance like a little helmet-wearing soldier, it zips up to set its sights from the sky, then strikes its target. This captivating critter is truly a pro. It's unfortunate that when it flies up in the air, you can't see the clever false eyes on its shell, or its charming face anymore. It's a close relative of the original burrownit species, but this variety of joustmite still has the use of its wings, which is also not quite directly connected to the cloaking burrownit, right? Oddly, it still makes its habitat below ground and employs the same tactic of lying in wait before emerging to strike. The helmet protecting its head is functionally as hard as steel due to waxy secretions in its pores that absorb and redirect any shocks it sustains. Ooh.
Remove shell, roast over a low flame, then grind meat. Whisk paste into olive oil until emulsified. Add an extra dash of cumin lends some earthiness to this spicy salad dressing.
God, that's horrifying. Except rock Pikmin. Yes, yes, they just get flung away. Does Dalmo have some obsession he isn't telling us? Oh, yeah. Trilobite means something that's lived in caves. Ah. Okay. Kind of like stalagmite, stalactite. Trilobite. Is there a connection there, maybe? I don't know words. Ooh, this is different. Panica? Scarpanica kesperens. From the Scarpanid family. Okay. If you were swept up and then tossed away by those long dangling arms, I'll be right back. Hello?
Play 101 super chatted $5. Would have been neat if we got to see whatever the joustmites are trying to mimic.
Ooh, that's a really good point. Yeah. I guess they're just trying to be generally worrying, but no, that would have been a really cool addition. I think that's something where, like, they had the idea in Pikmin 3, forgot it by Pikmin 4, and Pikmin 3 was never going to expand that. But that's a really cool point. There's always Pikmin 5. Pikmin 4's pretty successful now. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway. I think you'd better understand what it feels like. You'd better understand what it feels like to be a Pikmin. A little courage is all you need to give it a try. Consider it a learning experience. Don't sue me when you get a concussion. The Scarpanids originally lived on the ground, sporting poorly developed vestigial wings. This species developed in large antennae that can be used as makeshift wings. Oh, so they're not even wings, they're antennae. Scarpanids are attracted by the sight of large groups of Pikmin in cavalry formation and will swoop down to seize them. However, Scarpanids do not eat Pikmin and they will drop any seized Pikmin after a short time. The reason for this behavior is unknown, but I look forward to further research in the area. First discovered a whole 22 years ago, still not been answered. But hey, there are other mysteries in this universe that we still have to wait another 10 years to find, so oops. Remove the wings, marinate a well-marbled steak for several hours in a chipotle marinade, then charbroil to perfection. Did I even know what chipotle was in Pikmin 2 Days? I think I would have called it chipotle. I know it now, but interesting. That's interesting. I imagine that's probably copied and pasted, but it never went in before, you know? Dalmo would have loved the bumbling snitch bug, yeah. Yeah, they really would have. But I guess they made that change in Pikmin 3 that they can all do it, so oh well. A whole nother new guy from the Skittling family. The Russ. Not sus, just Russ. Sus means pig. Russ means leaf? Latin's weird, man. Pseudo-arbicans. Ooh, so arbicans means leaf, I'm guessing then. In both its vibrant spring color and precise shape, this cunning crawler looks just like a leaf. It's the perfect camouflage. It only becomes an issue when this sometimes careless critter forgets to look for a hiding place with an abundance of other green leaves lying around. Then it becomes quite easy to spot. Again, how do you know all this stuff, Louis, and where do you get it? He's in his own reality, you know. He's in his own separate, universe and timeline that he deals with. Trilobites are a specific kind of animal. Trilobite is an extinct thing, if I recall. Oh, interesting. Okay, Russ means Russian in Latin? I don't know about that. I mean, maybe, but I don't think it's just a Russian fake leaf. Unless they're really just sort of saying like it's a knockoff. I doubt. The skitterleaf is a relative of the pond skater that shed its wings and adapted to life on the ground. With no residual traits of its airborne past, the skitterleaf can neither fly nor skit across the surface of the water. The wings have since evolved into the leaf-like structure on its back, which serves to hide the skitterleaf through mimicry. It appears quite effective, as few predators can see through this clever disguise. Cool, including me, I make that mistake. Leaves are Russian spies? I guess that is the conclusion Pikmin's trying to pick up, huh? Russ means rural in Latin, so like natural. Ah, now you see that makes a whole lot more sense. So it's like it's a natural fake leaf, or like fake. I don't even know what arbican means. Do we know what arbican means in Latin? We're getting a whole Latin lesson today, I'm finding. The superb amalgamation of juicy meat and leafy greens ensures that the skitterleaf will be the new spinach. Hey! What is spinach? Did you complete the Louis side quest? I didn't. I will be doing that off stream for tomorrow's stream. I'm sorry. I heard it's just something cute you get anyway, so it's a small thing. Do you know the word arboreal? Yes, that means leaf, right? Because that's the name of the arboreal treasures. Maybe. Google Translate lied to me. Ah, well. Arbor, like tree, arbor, like tree, maybe. That makes sense. Oh, I just changed screen. That's not what I needed. I needed this. Yeah, arbicans. Yeah, I can see the connection there then. Yeah. Just eat as is, basically. Yeah, that's how it works. And then I did need to go here. Okay, yes. This is the Rus mortifuli. Fuli. This one is a master of disguise, provided the season is right. As a fun little game, try collecting a bunch of dried leaves, then shuffle Mr. Desiccated Skitterleaf in there with them. If you pick out a normal leaf, you lose. But if you pick this clever critter, you win big. Feeling lucky? Dalmo, you have a weird sense. The skittling variant that resembles dead leaves. Its legs have developed in specific ways. The front claws capture prey, while the flat hind legs are suited for running and swimming. Its highly tuned senses keep it still for any creature but Pikmin. Once it gets its claws on its prey, it doesn't easily let go. Recent research has revealed that its camouflage has a second purpose beyond hunting. Scavengers are fooled by its disguise into carrying its eggs, thereby expanding the population. Ah, like a bird building a nest, it makes it... Ah, that's really smart. I had no idea that they were pretending to be dead leaves. Are they different color? Yeah, I guess they are. Green and like brownish. Never noticed the difference. I just thought they were bigger. And they attacked back, you know. Morti, Latin for death. Fueli, Latin for leaf. Ah, death leaf. Good old death leaf. Rah!
No preparation needed to enjoy this flavorful beast. Its natural crunch gives way to an intriguing mouthfeel.
You just eat leaves as they are. Easy. The fiery dweevil. Oh, we've made it to this territory now. The Mandarachnia napalmans. Well, I know one of those words. Good old napalm. The napalm spider. Spider of napalm. That perfectly polished crimson color-like something hand-finished by a true master craftsman is sure bloody hell a feast for the something or other. Is a feast for the eyes. This brilliant color is actually made through layer upon layer of very fine fibers being stacked together. Nature is the most skilled crafter. The return of dweevils in the dweevil family. Ah, yes. Members of the dweevil family are known for carrying objects of astounding size on their backs, then mimicking them. The fiery dweevil is one species in this family. Generally, this is a very gentle insect that feeds on grass nectars, but when faced with danger, the fiery dweevil ignites flammable internal gases, juts out its jaw, and spews scorching flames. I didn't even know they came out the mouth. As this clearly makes it a rather dangerous insect, it is best not to linger directly in front of it. I love dweevils. They are so very Pikmin 2. I can't not say that I dislike their existence, you know.
The search for a gourmet high-protein salad-topping alternative to bacon bits is over. Grind this spicy dweevil into tasty micro chunks, then toss them generously over your salad to add instant flair and flavor. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Louis. Now it's the oh no, it doesn't start with Arachnia. It ends with it. Mandarachnia volticula. Dracula volt form. Volticula. We don't wake up every day feeling as good as we want to, but the bright, fruity color of this little charmer for sure makes me feel like they're frozen in time. What's going on? Well, we'll keep them as they is. Sure makes me feel like I got my vitamins for the day. You might be able to loosen up your stiff muscles with this dweevil's therapeutic electrical shocks, too. Yeah, totally. Seems very therapeutic to me to be zapped to an extent that it kills, 8 out of 9 Pikmin types. Or I guess 7 out of 9. Members of the dweevil family are known for carrying objects. The anodweevil is one species in this family. They seem to have no particular preference for which objects they carry on their backs, as they will carry anything they can lift, including corpses of each other. They boast an internal organ that generates electrical charges, which the anodweevil releases when it senses danger. Classic, standard, easy, okay.
Raw anno dweevil makes for an unforgettable sushi treat, but if it is not prepared by an expert hand with enacting precision, consumption could result in a jolting electrical explosion of apocalyptic proportion. Oh, we're getting into the funny, we're getting into the good recipes now. Electrical explosion of apocalyptic proportion. Oh, that's just a little sprinkling of a Pikmin moment right there. We're getting to them. The Hydro Dweevil of the Mandarachnia aquadis. It's bewitching to behold the way it skitters around on those long, slender, lapis lazuli blue legs while carrying treasure on its back. If, in an excess of excitement, you reach out a hand to touch it, a startling splash should deter you. Be calm and quiet around this beastie. The Hydro Dweevil is one member of an insect family known for mimicking objects on the back. Several points of differentiation with other members of the species have been confirmed, such as body color and behavioral patterns, but none of these suggest major deviations in the creature's genetic structure. This makes it clear that it is a relative of the family. When attacked by enemies, the Hydro Dweevil spits out bodily fluids in response. Spacesuits corrode and oxidize when they come in contact with this liquid. Is it just water, or is it it corrodes as well? Also, I think the treasures are randomized. Oh, yeah, that's great. That's really cool. I like that they're being musical this time. Unfortunately, volatile dweevils don't exist. It's just the green poison one holding a bomb. No, really? To be fair, it doesn't make sense. No, that's really sad if that's true. The ice-blown dweevil. Ice-blown isn't the best, but alright. Mandarachnia glacies. Achoo! It's always important to keep your cool, but my proximity to this frosty darling may be making me a bit too cold. Just one blow from this critter as it skitters about on its icy long legs is quite chilling indeed. Dweevils have varying body colors in response to their feeding habits. Each species feeds on different types of plants and small animals, so the symbiotic bacteria that creates their pigmentation differ as well. Didn't even know that it was a symbiotic bacteria relationship, but we'll take it. The ice-blown dweevil lives in cold habitats and spews frigid gas, so the workings of its symbiotic bacteria are dulled, and it retains its natural color, which is white. Interesting, I had no idea. It's been confirmed that in more temperate climates where food that the fiery dweevil eats is readily available, the ice-blown dweevil's coloration is much peachier. Cool. I forgot the Louis one. God damn it. I thought I saw a rush of movement. Well, oh well. Now we have the new music for Louis' extra quirky recipe. Inedible. Effects of a consumption include uncontrollable arm flailing and enthusiastic dishwashing.
Ah. I remember this old classic. We're back, baby. Louis back doing weird dishwashing antics.
Soak the legs in fruit juice and freeze. Serve as a refreshing ice pop.
Okay. The Venom Dweevil. The Mandarachnia venenum.
Is this just another different color of dweevil? Not at all. That would be lazy. You see here a fashion leader of the critter world. There was once a purple one as well, but this year's trendy color is green. Be sure to bring protective gear to see it through. To see it though, this skittering sweetie can produce a toxic gas if threatened. It's oxygen.
The Venom Dweevil is one member of the Dweevil family, which is known for mimicking objects by carrying them on their backs. These insects often carry the carcasses of other life forms on their backs. Apparently, this is not for the purpose of transporting them as food, but instead as another example of their mimic behavior. Ah, the Venom Dweevil produces two different chemical compounds within its body, which form poisonous gas when mixed and expelled. This gas is used only for self-defense. Won't say what the two different chemical compounds are, but that's cool. Also, that's true, they used to be called the Munge Dweevil, right? But now they're called the Venom. They acknowledged Munge Dweevils, but they've renamed them. I kind of prefer Munge, it feels more poisonous, you know? Louis ate everything's babies, yeah, that's practically canon, yeah. I think the comment might be a reference to the fact that they were purple in Pikmin 1. That could make sense, yeah. The Venom Dweevil... Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's a brief note on it, yes.
Exposure to extreme heat doesn't seem to rid this creature of deposits of potent gas. It's probably best for everyone if you avoid eating this hazardous fare.
Didn't you say before it's for in-laws? You haven't made it worse, have you? What is this? This is a remix from the 80s that I don't think I'm allowed to use. There we go. Bit faster, but we'll go with it. The arachnode. Ah. Are you again Amanda Arachnid? No, you are not. You are a Clavo Fictosphaera from the Orapnid. Instead of an arachnid, Orapnid. Interesting. It has an agreeable personality, and as long as a meal doesn't get caught in its web, it will sit there, curled up into a cuddly ball and waiting. You'll have to throw some food or even use yourself as bait if you wish to see it moving. What a leisurely method of hunting. Some would call it lazy, but I wouldn't because I'm biased.
This spider-like creature has
You can't just say that, Oliver. You can't call a spider creature spider-like because you are...
This spider-like creature has distinctive yellow stripes on its black carapace. It spins web in high-traffic areas and waits for prey to plunder into them. Unlike its relatives in the arachnid and dweevil families, it's ambisexual. Now we know.
Congratulations, Arachnid. Node, I'm glad you came out to the world. I mean, I'm sure there was a great big party they had. Many feasts.
Oh, and it has 8 legs. Some theorize that its nandry is meant to aid in reproduction, though it, of course, cannot reproduce on its own. There is another theory about how this bloody thing reproduces, in that this species is in fact 2 organisms of opposing gender stuck together. But since no one has ever found a 4-legged, single-sexed species, this remains speculative. What? What? What?
If you say so, sure. Interesting. That's a bit of a... what a detour, eh? Meanwhile, let's get right back on track.
Pluck off the legs, crack open and savor the meat inside. Dip them in soy sauce first for a nice mix of sweet and salty.
Is that another, like, pun that it is potentially, you know, 2 opposing genders stuck together and then here's sweet and here's salty? Maybe it's canon through the recipe that they are just 2 things stuck together. I like the idea of that. Yeah, these songs aren't very long. Ah, there we go. Another trophy song, but we're going with it. This is an incredibly long name for an incredibly big creature. This is the Pseudoarachnia calvitium. Pseudo from the arachnid family. We were arachnids before, weren't we? We weren't arachnorbs before. No, not at all. Okay, interesting. I don't want to be here. The boldy longlegs, huh? Okie dokie. If you lie down and look up while this hulking critter is walking over, you'll be dead. You'll be treated to an impressive view of its giant round body soaring past like an orbiting planet. Of course, you may get squished flat by one of its massive feet and become a star yourself. Oof. Ugh.
A shaggy longlegs that has lost its hair. It has similarities to the beady longlegs, but it doesn't secrete wax from its exoskeleton, and thus lacks its cousin's unique patterning.
Similarities to the beady longlegs. Hey, okay. But doesn't have the exoskeleton and the patterning. That's totally different, right?
The absence of wax also allows small insects to climb its legs without slipping.
Ah, so that's why we didn't do it with the beady guy.
Its central orb splits horizontally rather than vertically, but researchers have yet to determine the significance of this difference.
It just, I don't know, ignores gravity.
Not as tasty as it looks. Completely inedible.
Shame. And then, the man at legs. Another Pseudoarachnia. Navarronia, even this time. Having a body made up of living cells, a metabolism, and the ability to produce offspring might be considered necessary traits to determine if something is truly alive. Bloody hell, I thought you were going to say that the bloody machine gun's going to start banging something. Rather than bang bang, it's, you know, bang bang. But this rapid-fire cannon blows away conventional definitions. It is a machine and a creature. What a fascinating possibility. These game devs, man. They're really pushing it.
This species of the arachnorp family fuses with machinery at a crucial point in the maturation process, giving it the ability to fire energy bursts from the launcher beneath its orbicular torso. So it's not even bullets, it is energy bursts. Interesting. However, the man-at-legs itself is not in control of this weapon. Instead, the mechanical portions of its structure appear to be automatically acquiring and attacking targets. The man-at-legs has a gentle disposition, and as a member of the arachnoid family, it has no natural enemies. It is particularly difficult to understand why this species would develop such awesome offensive capabilities, leading to rumors among the scientific community that it was the machinery that approached the arachnorp and proposed the symbiotic relationship. Or it was humans that were their natural enemy, and they've since disappeared. Maybe? Also, where was the gun left from? We have semblance of nuclear disaster and also war? Does this fit? Maybe I'll just have my peaceful theme from now on. But we'll get another trophy from Breath of the Wild for now. Leave that going, why not? So this is the Pseudoarachnia Discopedes. Ah, we love I love an old disco days. Fight him again, the man at legs. You know, I was going to be fighting these. So, you know what? Yeah, we'll do it. Slightly less fitting. Actually, does the music change? That's what we need to learn here. What do I want? What do I want against this guy, man? What's good, man? I have one. I have one red. The music does in fact change. Okay, we know now. We know it does in fact change. No, it doesn't. The music does not in fact change. It's just silent. It's just silent gunshots. I love the sound of nature. It's slightly less scary when you do it that way. That's 57 of them. Oh, God. Lovely. I guess this is what it actually sounds like, which is interesting. Does that kill them? Okay, it knocked them off. They are as good as dead. They make great bait, though. If the spider's so peaceful, why is it staying still to let the gun shoot so well? Why is it doing that to all of us, man? Also, hold on. Does that mean, like, will it not break this? It doesn't. It has a bit of defense. Ah. Funny how you can just run in circles and ignore the structures put up for protection. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Some of the man-at-legs bosses, you know, they seemed a bit easier. I might have built them up for dramatic effect in the main game. Because, I mean, yeah, it was the same as in Pikmin 2. As long as you keep moving. And Ochi's very good at the moving thing. Now, that being said, I can't get off. The running without them might be a little bit more dramatic. But not that much. Actually, let me test this. Like, without Ochi, is it still a bad idea to just run? Okay, no, it can catch up. It can totally catch up if you don't have Ochi. Yeah, okay, we get it. Thank you. Okay, well, we learned some things. We learned a lot. That's all I have to say about that. Right, Louis' thing. Although the meat is a bit on the metallic side, the oil makes a mouth-watering gravy. A mouth-watering gravy and lubricative vinaigrette.
So you can consume the oil. Okay, interesting. The Groovy Longlegs theme can canonically be heard by the captains. Surely the Groovy Longlegs has got to come with his music, right?
With mesmerizing lights that pierce through the darkness and a low groove that stirs your soul, how can you not get your dance on? It is a creature. Is it a creature or a machine? Who cares? Everybody can join this party. A word of caution, though. Be careful you don't dance right onto one of its feet.
This species has some remaining organic internal organs, but its carapace and eyes are made up of inorganic material.
All 19 of its eyes... Those are eyeballs?
All 19 of its eyes are actually photoelectric sensors that the species uses to precisely locate its prey.
Also, it can see in every direction, which assumes it needs to be defensive, which means really, it is the prey in the natural world, right? That's how it works in real life.
The gas emitted from the posterior of its first leg joints includes a chemical substance that, after making contact with another organism's brain, temporarily controls that organism's actions. The groovy long legs uses this natural phenomenon, called the endless dance, to make its prey jump between its legs while it moves around in bizarre rhythms. The entire interaction is seemingly odd for a living organism, but the line between organic and inorganic on this planet is not always clear.
The song is technically a sound effect? Is it actually?
This creature is mostly tendon, so it often gets stuck in your teeth. Ugh. Smells like burnt plastic or possibly metal.
Great. Well, if it takes gas into the brain, let's just have something that has no mandibles to go into the brain. Obviously, blue Pikmin have mouths and yellow Pikmin have ears, but rock Pikmin, you can't get gas inside of a rock, surely. Let's just stone a guy for a little while, why don't we? Yeah? Actually, right. I might have timed that wrong. I just don't want Ochi involved, honestly. Oh, yeah! Oh, we got a dance party coming on. The music is, in fact, part of the battle. Hell yeah, this is a lore learning stream if I ever heard it. I mean, I learned that he has 19 real-ball eyes, but they're sensors at the same time. That's what I wanted to hear. Red phase. Go! Get crushed, my little minions! Actually, he doesn't seem to care. Oh, this is it. He sprays them twice. Also, a bloody horn is indeed canon to the whole damn thing. They put a klaxon in Pikmin 4. That's a serious Pikmin moment if I ever heard of one. And we're back. It's no longer a boogie night. You can't blame it on the boogie, rock Pikmin. Not anymore. Can I get them on this? Do they go there? I don't think they do they? They don't care about the legs. When you're not involved in the party. Oh, wow, you actually got them off us for us. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. They're so cute dancing around like that. It is actually very endearing, knowing it doesn't actually kill them and it's not poison. Very fun. Unfortunately, Ochi wasn't invited to the party, so it's less entertaining for them. Oh, we came right off it. Oh, okay, there we go.
Fernando Eurista super chatted
Nice
$2.
timing.
They boogie.
They certainly do. They can blame it on the boogie. Oh, I almost lost all of them, technically, to that. That was very satisfying. Hell yeah, this is a great Piklopedia. Just everything else, you know, the music and the visuals ain't so great. Anyway. Let's get a good song for the rest of the Piklopedia, shall we? If there is one. I may hate Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as a game when I played it all the way through on stream, but bloody hell, soundtrack is great. The Anode Beetle. Latin name, the Scarabum electrodea, from the scarab beetle. With this little darling around, outer space's power problems are solved. These generate enough energy to light up the night and help people live comfortably on the most ragingly hot or frigidly cold planets. Have they domesticated anode beetles in this timeline? It'll cost to feed them, but that's a minor detail.
This specimen is representative of an insect hybrid that uses electricity in addition to glycogen for its energy. Although difficult to confirm due to their microscopic size, they are bigger than you, Oliver. Tiny hairs on the creature's legs cause the friction that generates the electrical charge. The electrical charge is processed by the creature's internal battery structure and then stored as an electrical field. As this field reaches critical levels, surplus electricity is emitted, resulting in a low voltage current that is transmitted between specimens. It can shock other creatures in the immediate vicinity. Considering this process, it can be surmised that the largest impetus to pact behavior is not so much for the synergy effect of producing as a pack, as it is to take advantage of its most effective means of group preservation. Ooh, okay. I left 100 blues underneath the groovy longlegs and they killed it on their own. Ah, cool.
Drain the electrical charge before boiling. Although it is possible to eat an anno beetle while it is charged, doing so may result in an unpleasant tingling sensation.
I think it was full on. We've lost that
It's better for in-laws
comment that Louis said about the munged dweevil. Unless I remember it was on a different creature. I don't think so. That's a real shame. Ah well. These guys have finally returned ever since Pikmin 2. They certainly have. Lovely old things, aren't they? The iridescent flint beetle. In its own family, the flint beetle. The Pili envelopens. Makes sense to me. This scuttling little one is a good luck talisman you'd be happy to encounter, if you're fortunate enough to come upon one. Make a wish before it leaves. The way its iridescent carapace changes colour depending on the angle you view it is so distracting that I often forget to wish for something. Its colour changes depending on the direction you see it? Get out here, buddy. I'm looking for you. It didn't come out even when I did that. Oh, because it actually full-on teleported. And also still didn't want to come out. There you go. Oh, I guess kind of. Yeah, they put some effort into the lighting slightly there. It's Unreal Engine. It's doing its thing. Flint beetles are known to hide in the grass until approached, at which point they jump out and scurry around. These creatures keep indigested food pellets in their stomachs to sustain them through winter. This was a fact from Pikmin 1. But given the right stimulus, they will spit them out. Recent research has revealed that these pellets are enveloped in a membrane that seals and preserves them in a sterile, airtight environment. If kept at room temperature, it seems that this pellet membrane will keep its contents fresh for up to 6 months. The membrane may be made by the same substance that gives the exoskeleton of the flint beetle its beautiful sheen. Ah. The Pikmin 3 version is confirmed to be a subspecies. Ah, I like that.
An essential flavor accentuating ingredient in gumbo and jambalaya. Also delicious in soups, broths, and marinades.
Louis is far more cultured than me. I've never heard of gumbo and jambalaya personally. But I also have never really gone on holiday abroad properly. Other than to the US and Scotland, if that counts. Right, the doodlebug. Maybe they finally don't have compliments for this one, eh? The Pili flatularum. Just a classic old fart joke. Whoa, that reeks! It reeks so bad! These uncouth little stinkers are always passing gas whenever and wherever, but that also means they're easy to track down. Of course, nobody can stand to get close if they do find one. It's a brilliant defense mechanism. How does Dalmo still continue to stay optimism with all this, you know? It's New Orleans food, delicious. Gumbo is good. Ah, okay, I didn't know it was American. Very cool. I like how the iridescent flint beetle has its OG design from Pikmin 1 and 2. Yeah. Mwah, very nice. Because Pikmin 3 hasn't happened yet. It hasn't evolved. So you haven't seen that subspecies yet. I'm telling you, it's a different timeline entirely. While life forms that excrete foul musks to warn of danger are not rare, the doodlebug is the only species known to release flatulence when active above ground. Interestingly enough, since it is merely releasing the gas created by the decay of the contents of the creature's intestines, it does not have a special musk-producing organ. This means the creature is in fact merely flatulating. Spectral analysis of the rank gas, which they had to do apparently, indicates it contains not only methane, but hydrogen sulfide as well, making the flatulence a grade 8 biohazard. Oh, wow, okay, cool. Hydrogen sulfide, huh?
Looking for here it is. Looking for a flavor that will surprise and delight your guests? This beast's aroma may surprise your guests, but it won't be delightful.
Okay, it wasn't quite the in-laws, but pretty close. I'm glad they kept that one around. The iridescent glint beetle this time. There you are, Pileauricus. And please stay on screen this time. That would be lovely. The golden shine on its gleaming carapace really is gold. It's in this little darling's nature to collect gold from the soil. As you might expect, it's extremely rare to see one in person. I've never heard it, so I hope to have one appear before me someday. How many are there in the game? I know there's a handful in the Dandori missions, but I don't know if that counts. This variety of beetle consumes subterranean minerals. Due to the fact that it rarely emerges above ground, sightings of this particular species are extremely rare. While minerals are this beast's primary source of food, the beetle itself does not have the ability to digest these minerals. Instead, metabacteria living inside the beetle's stomach chemically breaks down the minerals. The resulting purified metal is discharged, but rare metals such as gold and platinum crystallize onto the iridescent glint beetle's shell, resulting in its beautiful laminated shimmer. Yeah, right.
This precious treat is exceptionally rare. I could sell it back at home for a fortune. Then I could use the cash to upgrade my kitchen, buy galactic class ingredients, and even star in my own cooking show, The Insect Gourmet.
That's what he was thinking about the whole time we were chasing him. Head empty, thinking about cooking show. That's an X, so actually that's a grade 13 biohazard. Oh my god, you're right. Bloody hell. Is that a thing, or has this game just come up with a hazard grade? I don't think I've heard of that before, but if this game's come up with it, I can't imagine what 13 on the scale must be, you know? Jambalaya is rice, meat, veggies, and sometimes a sauce fried together in a pot or pan. Ah, okay. Louis really wants to be a chef so badly, while Oliver wants to be a biologist. We all have dreams, and they're all stuck on the retail 9-to-5 to life. What a story. What an existential crisis. Return to nature. Mitivius infiltratus. It's the bloody Mittites. So I'm just gonna, if I can, unpause and blow the whole damn things up. I can't throw. There we go. And I'll definitely be able to see him this time. That's great. Lovely. Calm music for this. The cheeky Mittite lay its eggs inside the eggs of other creatures to provide its offspring with an easy first meal. Ew. When they come wriggling and squiggling out, it's spine-chilling. But you can't blame the newly hatched larvae. After all, you might enjoy an egg or two yourself now and then. Oh, the Oliver notes for this one are interesting. Let's hear it. These parasitic insects feed on eggs. Upon reaching maturity, they excrete a special pheromone that attracts females of particular species, enticing these females to swallow the Mittites whole. Now the Pikmin series has canonical vor involved in its natural world. I see now why we chose not to come out at night, because apparently there are all sorts of disasters and horrible, horrible things that happen that we had no idea about before. And I'm very upset that I've learned it now. Pikmin, however, seem to dislike the scent. After entering the host female's body, the Mittites lay their own eggs inside the host eggs just prior to the host's spawning. This does not need peaceful music right now. This needs actual, genuine horror. You know, good lord.
Flash fry with garlic and red chilies in a hot pan, then sprinkle with grated gorgonzola. Some dinner guests may find the legs unappealing, so it's best to remove them before serving.
Yuck. But Vor was always in Pikmin with the bulborbs and stuff. Yeah, but it's they didn't live on the inside to make more. That's not how that was eating, wasn't it? That's not part of their reproductive process. This is the tamest Piklopedia entry. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Oh god, this is gonna go on forever, this Latin word. For the scatterchucks, we have Hierodesiderit crystallosum. Watching it move around on the very tips of its tippy toes is like watching a ballet. If you offer to be a dance partner for this tippy-toed little tappy-doody-dat. It was frozen better. For this spiky-toed sweetie, it'll leap high into the air. I bet this agile creature will have no trouble sticking the landing.
Its main offensive strategy is to launch the crystal it carries on its back. Otherwise, it's completely defenseless. In most circumstances, it's a peaceful herbivore whose diet consists primarily of moss. When in danger, however, it wastes no time defending its territory by breaking small rocks and hurling them at the threat. In order to ensure it has a steady supply of rocks with which to defend itself, it shares its habitat with calcified crushblat lava, which we have not seen in Pikmin 4, so it's weird that it's copied and pasted here. So it can make use of the shells they cast off.
Ooh. Are we going to get new enemies in the DLC? I imagine so. The calcified crushblat, I would imagine, is one that will come back. And maybe, you know, the snowy bulborb and the hairy bulb. I'd love to see the hairy bulborb again, actually. That was good fun. But I guess they have new physics, so they didn't want to redo it. An acquired taste.
An acquired taste, but it really is quite addictive once you get used to it. No special preparation needed, just eat it. With the rocks too, I don't care.
I wonder how Olimer's kids will learn from this. They've got a lot to learn when they see their father back one day, you know? The things he's been up to, the things he's been looking at and learning. Okay, the Skeeter skate. Kind of similar to the Scutterchuck, but not fully. The Geridus clavomacula from the Spitter Spatter family. Clean water is a necessity for this water-walking sweetheart, and a lot of it at that. In water soiled with oils, detergents, and other pollutants, it could lose the surface tension that supports its specially evolved feet and drown. This is an extraordinary creature that could only exist on such a water-rich planet, and one not affected by climate change and pollutants. Okay, interesting.
It skates on water at a high speed thanks to his tiny hairs on the tips of its feet. These hairs are coated in an ultra-hydrophobic substance to minimize friction against the water's surface. Nice. Pretty classic and standard. Its long proboscis functions as a straw to take in water, which is stored in a reservoir in its head, as well as to spout it as a weapon against small insects. While taking in water, it also takes in microscopic plankton, meaning that its prime means of defense is also a feeding mechanism. Ah. Olimer's kids will probably read this and develop severe trauma. Yeah, and a lot of secondhand embarrassment, I imagine, as well. The extremities cannot be used for food, but you can drink the liquid inside for a zesty beverage. They drank beer.
Nice. Standard. Classic, that one is. And this one, again, is just the same, but Terra Projector? I didn't even fully notice there was a mucker skate, huh? This cautious critter moves in fits and starts. Oh, yeah, we did for the big swamp cave. I remember it. When it does, the muddy liquid in its transparent orb sloshes around. Splish, splash, sploosh. If I could observe this unique anatomy up close, I'd have no regrets, even if I got splattered with mud. Great. Good to know. Good to know, Dalmo.
A subspecies of the skeeter skate that's adapted to life in muddy wetlands. It uses its straw-like proboscis, the inside of which is packed with densely grown hair, to capture any plankton living in the mucky water and filter out anything else. When an enemy approaches, it will threaten them by shooting out a murky substance. This combination of muddy water and gastric juices has a higher viscosity, so it can essentially bury Pikmin, and a lot of other stuff, in dirt. Ah, do they actually do more burying damage? I'd never noticed that before. I went through this game pretty quickly, I must admit. Even after draining the mud, its texture remains gritty. Chew it for long enough and your teeth will get a good scrubbing.
Yeah. How do you make something sound so unappetizing, Louis? It's incredible. I mean, it is a mud creature, so I guess I should have expected that. The Alba prismatus. The Fenestari Alba prismatus. The white spectralids. In the same way it stops on a petal when fitting around a garden full of flowers in bloom, it'll alight without hesitation on things like a sleeping bulborb. What an audacious little daredevil.
It's remarkably similar to its unmarked brethren, but the telltale wing patterns and lone pair of hind legs give it away. It sticks to its own habitat for the most part, though it may fly away to reach a flower or escape a bulblax. It'll soon return to its home. The white variety gathers no nectar, but sometimes may be found around raw material. Remove the wings and drop straight into the deep fryer. Cook until golden or until the enticing aroma starts to sting your eyes. Serve immediately.
Then there's the yellow spectralids of the Giorno prismatus instead of alba, like albino, I guess, maybe? After fitting all around all over the place, the wing beats of a little spectralid can cause a tornado on the other side of the world. Or so some have said. What I wonder is how much influence did these charmers have on our being on this planet right now? Ah, the good old butterfly effect, huh? You're getting a little bit, multiple worlds theory, are we? Is this going to be where the lore picks up on a bloody butterfly?
The primary morphological difference from other spectralids is the eye-like spot on its hind wings. When crossbred with red spectralids, the offspring has a 25% chance of inheriting these spots on orange-coloured wings. When crossbred with red... Okay, orange, yeah. Would this count as a new subspecies? I don't know. For a tasty appetizer, dip wings into a batter and fry. Could also be used to season stews and soups. Remember to first remove its bitter innards.
They predicted the butterfly effect. I guess the butterfly effect did come into effect. It's whether or not Olimar sends out his interstellar radio. That is the butterfly effect that affects whether everybody is here or nobody is. Maybe. Maybe? Red spectralids, the Russo prismatus. Spectralid wings have a lot of fine powder on them. Like, why would they mention it otherwise, right? By building up in many different layers, it gives them a sparkle with complexity and depth. This little fella's powder also has some ultra spicy essence in it for a zestier effect.
Its red wings have several spots, unlike the lone spot on each wing of the yellow variety. Its scale contains trace amounts of ultra-spicy flakes, which are mixed in its saliva as it sucks up the nectar from flowers. The combined flakes, saliva, and nectar are refined into ultra-spicy nectar inside the creature, which it uses as a growth supplement for its eggs. Despite this, its reproductive capabilities are quite low. It is for this reason that the red variant fetches astronomical prices among collectors.
Ah. The polar opposites of Dalmos and Louis' entries are so funny. Yeah, there's some comedy in all this. Definitely. Like, oh, ain't they lovely? A zestier effect.
Spread lava on a slice of toast for a spicy and protein-packed breakfast, or fry up the wings at any time of the day for a sweet and crunchy snack.
It's great. Man, I sure love reading and listening to someone reading. Well, thank you. I don't know if that's ironic, but sure. At least this time we come with music. We come with our own chill tone. I'm very surprised. This is one of the higher ranking viewed streams. I'm just reading a book. I'm just reading out of a library here. The things that us Pikmin people are obsessed with. Very interesting, you know? Ah, well. So the red ones are rare to find, yes. Because they have struggles to reproduce because of their adaptations. The butterfly effect is whether Olimar meets moss or not. Yes, that also could be a solid... Yeah, moss or no moss. The reason he dies is because of moss snuck onto the dolphin. And he just happens to do the interstellar radio in this version of events. Yeah. Yeah, it's both. It's kind of both. But I guess moss... Did moss come first? Moss came first. Ooh, that maybe just changed everything. Anyway, Papillifictus nividae. Ah, the good old snowflake fluttertail. Please don't call it a flying snowman. The sight of it flying around with its magnificent wings, scattering ice like diamonds, evokes thoughts of a snow sprite. Witness this beauty of nature and let it soothe away all of your woes and anxiety. The cooling cycle in its body uses ammonia as a refrigerant to chill the moisture, and it absorbs from the air until it reaches a supercooled state. By then spraying it out on the several vents on its belly, the snowflake fluttertail creates a delicious cocoon out of ice to both protect itself and freeze its prey. Its rolled up, spirally proboscis evolved from an upper jaw and can catch and tie up prey with the fine hairs on its surface. Give me another log, why don't you, Olimar? Though it mimics a type of swallowtail butterfly. What? This creature is actually more closely related to moths. One might extrapolate that its ancient ancestor was unable to adapt to the cooling climate and therefore went extinct. Snow swallow family. Interesting. Super excited for you to read the White Pikmin Olimar entry soon. Oh, we'll get there, don't you worry. This is one of the more viewed streams. It's because we love biology. Of all things. Who'd have thought a Nintendo could get you into biology? But yes, a predatory moth/butterfly. Yeah. If he landed the impact site or the sun-speckled terrace. Yeah, there's a handful of things, I guess, isn't it? Anyway, you're in Florida, Dazz? Well, enjoy Florida. Yo, I'm back in Piklopedia, hooray! Welcome, Chroma Vibes. We're making a good way through it, but yeah. We're at sort of more boss territory. We're going through the butterflies at the moment.
Dice finely and puree to make a meaty sorbet. Add a tiny drizzle of fruit sauce for some punch. Pluck the wings and antenna beforehand to use it as a garnish if you wish to get fancy. Or, you know, first you're going to need to batter it a little bit. So let's get on with that, shall we?
That's not what I wanted at all. I wanted the Pikmin. There you go. No one wants to read this themselves. You know what? That makes sense too. I can see how that makes sense. Are you mandatory? You might be mandatory. I think it's the only way to cool him down, isn't it? Well, yeah, it is mandatory reds. Well, here's my chance then. Why? Perfect. Just what I wanted, see? Okay, doesn't melt them, but I do get a lovely spectacle here. Look at my crew. Look at my lovely frozen crew. Anyway. I might have timed that slightly wrong, huh? Right, let's do this properly now, shall we? Does this not fit? I think it fits pretty well, honestly. Also, we actually lost some guys to this guy. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. That is art right there. This song is goofy as hell. It certainly is. You're welcome. Get him, boys. Actually, I'm... What? Where's my red? Did he die? Oh, God, he's killed him. He's killed our boy. Oops. My one weakness. My only strength. A single red Pikmin. Also, these guys are slow, man. Look at that. He's living. Well, do it again. I want to see this perfect glow. Ah, beautiful. That's a work of art right there. Oh, oops. There we go. All sorted. All done. Lovely. Anyway, shall we get back to the Piklopedia part of the Piklopedia? Scorn it maestro energy. It totally is, actually, isn't it? With all them frozen in rows. That was great. I love the frozen Pikmin effect. That's my favorite. I want to make more of that. Oh, really? Using the electricity would have also done that, huh? Interesting. I can't do it from here, though, can I? I have to, like, observe and do it. Is that right? Oh, yeah. Would you look at that? And then can I fight it? If I do that, come in. Ah. Interesting. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind for the future, shall I? Let them shake around at nothing. Great. Let's look at... Oh, God. The worst enemy. I don't like that it's not a different species. The Tarazaxcum rovinia, the chrysanthemum family. Is that the same as in Pikmin 2 as well? Is the Latin even the same? Let's have a creeping chrysanthemum show, why don't we? We'll gather a hand-raised collection of what now? Great, it's even facing the wrong way when I do these notes. Look at that. We'll gather hand-raised creeping chrysanthemums and have a contest based on size, flower color, things like that. They're half animal, so maybe a behavior category too. Of course, how could the judges ever choose a winner? Each specimen is so beautiful in its own way. Yeah, if you say so. Like Pikmin, the creeping chrysanthemum is a member of a group of creatures with ambulatory root structures. Yeah, I totally got that. You can go into the pack? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. This creature is known as a mimic, but because it is actually a form of plant, this label is not entirely accurate. Its use is mimicry to lie in wait and ambush prey, unrecognized even by Pikmin despite being members of the same class of organism. Are Pikmin chrysanthemums? It relies on preying upon other creatures to provide sustenance, so it has... Excuse me. It has no need of leaves for photosynthesis. Ah. Generally speaking, the role of plants within an ecosystem is as a producer species, and thus plants are generally found at the bottom of the food pyramid. However, on this strange planet, the line between producer plant and consumer plants is blurred. Hopefully Paper Mario the Origami King doesn't have copyright. I guess we'll find out.
When thin slicely, this creature's sizable bulb makes a sumptuous pizza topping.
Oh, right. These creeping segment gave me the jump scare. Yeah, the horror lick is great. I don't like the redesign. To be fair, the Pikmin 2 one has like the weirdest design we've ever seen, I think, out of all Pikmin creatures that exist. But I wish it was a different subspecies, you know? That would have made me feel a lot better. Oh well, what can you do, eh? It's the Startle Spore, which is exactly the same Tarazaxcum fungisus. It certainly needs Jesus when you see this thing. Here, can I just, like, destroy it then? Oh, look at you. Look at you. Beautiful old thing. I wanted to pause, but oh well. These don't just mimic a growth of mushrooms for the fun of catching you by surprise, they also use the opportunity to spread poison around quite indiscriminately. That's just this little darling's idiosyncratic method for catching its prey. We could learn from the way nature embraces such unique and varied creatures. We should all adapt deception more in our lives, because we don't have enough of that in our damn world. I always keep thinking these things are frocks from Tears of the Kingdom. So, oh well. That would have been a good pause, I agree. If only I was better at maneuvering this awkward, overly menued Piklopedia thing. I missed the more plant-like design. Yeah, it's weird they just randomly are frogs now, you know? The defining characteristic of the fungi that grows from its head differ from that of the chrysanthemum family's creeping chrysanthemum. Okay. But the makeup of the body out of which they grow is mostly the same. Are you going to address that it's kind of like a frog? As a result, we can theorize that like fellow Ambularadicus. He said it. He said the word. That's funny. Oops. Ambularadicius? The bulbmin. What? Hold on. As a result, we can theorize that like fellow the bulbmin, this species is not an evolutionary variation, but that the body is a parasite that is nestled inside a group of mushrooms. Why is it a frog, though? Because the hosts are mushrooms. Puffmin and parasitic Pikminicus are the same merged thing? The startle spore cannot photosynthesize. Instead, it gains nutrients by catching its prey with highly poisonous fluids, or by absorbing the nectar in the ground left behind as creatures killed by its poison decompose. Bulbmin! Actually mentioned! We did it, boys! We did it! And also, they are mushrooms. The hosts are mushrooms. Although it's like the fellow thing. It's not a evolutionary variation, but a parasite in it. Why is it a frog? They'll never tell us. Whatever. It's as close as we can get. Bulbmin jump scare. Totally. It's exactly what that is. Wow.
If you can successfully remove the tongue's poison glands, you'll enjoy a rare opportunity to appreciate the umami synergy of the mushroom and meat combo.
We even have victory music for the existence of Bulbmin. Fellas, after all this time, we got him. Bulbmin mentioned! It's almost as good as sex! The word mentioned, not the act. That would never catch up. Anyway. The bread bug. Ah, it's been ages. How have we not mentioned this guy before? From the bread bug family, the Pansaurus glutinae. It looks like your breakfast table's long-time staple, a loaf of bread with perfect colour and buttery shine. Just from looking at it, I swear the aroma of baking wafts past my nose. But you've never seen your bread loafing about like this. If you observe them for a while, you might catch them dragging things around with their mouths. It's heart-meltingly adorable. Zap the little bastard. That's it.
The adult bread bug competes for many of the same food sources as Pikmin, but its thick-skinned hide allows it to withstand most Pikmin group attacks. Not talking about the giant bread bug, just an adult bread bug, gotcha. However, some researchers claim to have observed bread bugs being overwhelmed by massive numbers of Pikmin and reduced to food. Right, yeah, okay. Bread bugs are hearty and nutritious, but also bland and unimaginative. They may be palatable in a pinch, but they hold no true culinary promise. Bread would never make sense.
Doesn't this confirm he's encountered one by this point? Where? That's a good point, but he also seems to know general things that don't exist, like the calcified crush flat. So take it with a pinch of salt, I think is what you gotta do there. I'm so glad that Bulbmin is finally mentioned and canon now, but Bulbmin is almost as good as sex, could be interesting out of context. Yeah, I knew what I was walking into there. DLC maybe? It could happen. I mean, we do have 9 Pikmin types now. Bulbmin would be the full 10, but obviously Glow Pikmin kind of do the same thing, so... Or Puffmin? I don't know. The giant bread bug. Gigantus at the end of its Latin name. Perfectly cooked, golden brown, and fluffy. It must be a fresh baked loaf of bread. Oh, my mistake. This is the wildly unique giant bread bug, with a texture and vibrancy only a living creature can possess. I like that it digs them now instead of just jumping in its hole to explode out later. Don't let your eyes and gut deceive you. This lumbering muffin might just take offense if you mistake it for a loaf of fresh bread.
This gargantuan species of the greater breadbug family has a torso so perfectly square that it almost seems like it was formed in a mold. For a brief period after birth, the giant breadbug competes for food with smaller breadbugs, but upon reaching maturity, it seeks out much larger prey. This is perfect music for this guy, by the way. This is the primary reason 2 species with similar feeding habits can coexist in the same habitat. It seeks out much larger prey. Ah, okay. Hordes of Pikmin appear to pose the only plausible threat to this massive creature's life.
Ah. I was so upset when Puffmin didn't exist. Yeah. It's all just confused min now. And we're all confused, really. We were the Puffmin after all this time, it turns out. Confused by the way the world works, eh? Confused and critical, too. Pikmin seem to devastate the local ecology everywhere we visit. Yeah, but also, you know, they're part of it. To be fair, it's an outside source that's making the Pikmin so powerful, you know?
Although cooking this colossal beast yields a mountain of meat, every ounce of it is flavorless, only suitable for intergalactic all-you-can-eat buffets.
Damn. The Gildemandwi. Gildemandwi? That's the weirdest name I've seen so far. Gildemandwi. Science name, Salamandra falsarum juvenile. Okay. From the amphibiland family. Not quite amphibland. That would be too bland. Will you read the Louis notes for treasures? They're the most entertaining. I will. Don't you worry. Yes. This Piklopedia is bigger than I remember. Bigger than I expected. With one little gold-coloured stone on its back, it toddles about, lantern flicking cheerfully. It doesn't intentionally deceive Pikmin or our senses. They just respond to that gold-coloured stone. Ah. Only the adults tend to be intentionally deceptive in this world or any other. Nice.
Immediately after hatching, this species presents itself in a gilled tadpole-like form and grows its legs after about a week. This juvenile Gildamander, Gildamander makes better sense than Gildamandwee, species is estimated to be about 1 month. Also, Gildamander species, amphibiland species. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Is estimated to be about 1 month old due to the presence of an ore-like growth on its back and the fact that it already has emerged onto land. The living ore has substances similar to treasure within it, a peculiar scent, and has an effect on both senses and Pikmin. Oh, so even scents go towards it. However, the lantern organ on its head is still underdeveloped and can only emit very faint electromagnetic waves. For this reason, juvenile Gillamanders, not Gildamandwees, is that a misstep? Often hide out of sight to avoid Pikmin attacks. 2 hours have already passed. I'm so invested in this. Thank you very much. Yeah, 2 hours in. It's a big old library we're reading. Gilded Salamander, the Wii version. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Heat the golden crystals on its back until they melt into a caramel sauce. Flip the creature upside down and bake until the skin develops a crunchy, candied crust.
Ugh, I can see it so well as well. Really like how they added the weakness of yellow Pikmin being able to crush the big bread bug. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. From the old thing. There you go. Proper Gildamander. Falsarum. That's what it said last time, right? Falsarum. Salamandra falsarum. Salamander falsarum juvenile. Okay, that makes sense. Notice the gold sparkles on its back? In order to survive, this delight of a creature spends a mind-boggling amount of time collecting those special gold stones. Though it isn't real gold, it can confuse the senses. That's another marvel of the natural world for you. It's fake gold made of sugar. And obviously you think it's treasure. That's so interesting.
The ore-like growth on its back is a coagulated bodily fluid that includes a substance similar to sparklium, which can make our mechanical senses go berserk, to use the technical term. This living ore emits a scent that lures the creature's prey, so it's important for their feeding process. The lantern-like organ atop its head emits electromagnetic waves that are known to affect Pikmin and onions, confusing them into thinking the Gildamander is their leader, allowing it to withdraw Pikmin directly from the onion. I didn't notice that before. However, it cannot go so far as to command them as a squad, so the Pikmin will often hide under cover and are able to avoid ingestion. They weren't around an onion, right? It was just that they can logically do that? Is that what I'm hearing? Also, we lost the bug that could control Pikmin last time. That's a shame. Are you going to be fighting every boss? Probably. But maybe not this guy. This guy's, I don't think he's too mini of a boss. Not the mini bosses, I'd say. Falsarum literally means fake gold in Latin. Wow, beautiful. I like that. The meat gives off a faint aroma similar to a hot pepper. The flavor itself is subtle and elegant. Char grill the lantern until blackened, and you got a nutritional superfood.
Nice. Char grill the lantern. You eat lanterns, Louis? That's so interesting. The exaltation happened to Olimar in the prologue when the Pikmin scatter. And then it didn't happen for some reason when Thingy did it, even though they fought him as a boss. That's a shame. They should have done that. To avoid Pikmin attacks has such heavy implication to it. That's true. Bro, it's been 2.5 hours. Are we even halfway through? I dare not to zoom out any further and see how far there is left. So just don't question it. Just don't question it. The miniature snoot whacker with, again, music that's very fitting. This adolescent is the Nasperalum melona from the snoot whack family. I love the Pikmin names sometimes. The way it catches its food and protects its belly and gets up while working with the weight of its sizable trunk are all taught by its diligent parents. Instead of hand and foot, they attend to their offspring nose and foot. They prepare the child for the day or leave the nest and eventually become a parent itself. Such is the ways of peer pressure through generational trauma. Immediately after birth, this species' skin starts to harden, and before long it will reach the same impenetrable toughness as that of an adult. Adult snoot whackers dexterously use their trunks to grab fruit from high tree branches, but juveniles consume fruits and nuts that have fallen to the ground, as well as other types of terrestrial flora.
This specimen's leg and torso muscles are underdeveloped compared to those in their noses, so they lack the strength to maintain their posture and easily lose their balance. Gently peel the skin back from the nose. Its meat has grassy bitterness, tastes like cucumber.
Wow, I like how that song only lasted for his notes and stopped just as fittingly on Louis' awful, evil notes. The onion wasn't in the cave. We only ever saw it in the cave. Ah, I see. Then they've got the mammoth snoot whacker. If you get close, it will whip its trunk around and around, then smash it on the ground. It may be chance for an exciting jump rope workout. If you try throwing a bomb at it, it will use that dexterous trunk to shoot it right back at you. Oh, wow. Well, how are you going to do that if I'm not here? Like, I don't exist. So what are you going to do about that, huh? Ah, interesting. You just generally... Can I put you on a loop if I just, keep throwing these at you? Yeah, kind of. I get you stuck. Ah, that's so interesting. Those are some nose skills that could impress any athlete. The snoot whacker is like an elephant as a bug. Pretty much. That's how it makes sense to me.
The long nose on this specimen has neither bone nor cartilage, but is made up entirely of muscle and can be flexed, curved, and extended. Its tough hide consists of densely layered collagen lattices that cover almost its entire body, leaving only the regular skin on the belly exposed. The fully developed trunk is large and quite heavy, so the mammoth snoot whacker usually rolls it inward to carry it closer to its center of gravity. But if its territory is invaded, it will extend the trunk and flail it around, even using it to strike a perceived enemy. Yeah, it uses its trunk. Just like a juvenile snoot whacker, their nose comprises a disproportional amount of their body weight, resulting in poor balance. Still, if attacked from behind or from the side, even an adult of the species is easily knocked over. The snoot whacker is built like a watermelon. Yeah, it's the watermelon elephant. It's a watermelephant. They made a watermelephant. They saw that joke of a word and they made it real. Huh. The bitter flavor fades as they grow, replaced by a sweet, mellow aroma. Stew the base of the trunk, grill the middle, and smoke the tip. The possibilities are endless.
Wow, full-on three-piece for the... To be fair, the trunk has most of the weight, so I guess it makes sense they only chose that bit, but ugh. Not gonna lie, the music that is playing right now, definitely best fitting for the Piklopedia. This is the Super Mario Odyssey shop theme. This is my usual pick in music, is just video game music. The one time I do this official 41-hour playthrough, I use TikTok music, and it all gets copyrighted to hell after I tested it for copyright. Typical. The watermelon wraith? Don't you dare. Don't you dare suggest such an abomination. The Ovgunius soleus, the sun squish otherwise. This peculiar little button has the perfect texture and coloration to pass as an egg fried sunny side up by a master chef. There's nothing about it that makes it seem threatening. I bet it tastes awful. That's what Louis is going to say. That's the joke. And it looks so yummy. I can't help thinking of a delicious breakfast when I see it.
A type of primitive organism called a protochordate. In its juvenile state, it has a skeleton-like structure called a notochord. It flaps its finned tail to move and lives within other creatures' eggs as it grows. As its body develops, it starts to exhibit mollusk-like qualities, but its highly exposed external stomach can directly digest prey on contact and can be used for locomotion. Ah, I see. It's a sunny side egg, that's exactly what it is. Rip messages from the stars? I know, yeah, it's gone. Soz. My favorite Crazy Cap shop theme is the second version. Ah, okay. Season with salt and pepper.
There you go. Simple, it's already an egg. And that's the gag there. I'm going to try it one more time real quick. Just to get my damn chat to function. Obviously I can see you, but you can't see you. And I don't know why. It just, refuses. I can't even, disable it, can I? No. Ah, well. Oh, is it because it's behind something? No, it wasn't that either. Ah, well. Who needs it? Who needs it? We don't. Time for the nucleus summon or other. I know what this is. the mononuclei Stellarcodus, the family Gulix, but the name Fulix. If you take the microorganisms I used to peer at through my microscope as a child and blow them up much, much bigger, this is what you get. A huge single-celled sweetie. It blorpily sloshes around in search of food. To this giant, we are the microorganisms. I guess that's true. A member of the Gulix family that I totally, had to experience. This primitive life form is made up of a single cell, which is quite odd given its size. Its nucleus is shaped like a bulbous star, and individuals move by using the fin at the end of its flagellum-like tail to quickly expand and contract its gelatinous body. If the nucleus is removed, its soft body loses all structure and splatters. But as long as the nucleus is still alive, the Fulix can return to its original form. Usually, the Fulix will mimic nectar and wait for its prey. Its gel, which includes fire-extinguishing fluids, will then expand to capture and feed on unsuspecting organisms. Right. Notochords are actually a thing, by the way, thought to be where we actually developed skeletons from. Ah, interesting. Okay. So Louis eats it like an actual poached egg. Yep, it's an egg. Give it some spice. It's all good. Some condiments. No, I don't know whatever they are. Salty things. I'm glad we got some Gulix reference. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't just replace it entirely, because it's clearly different. Gently remove the jelly parts, add fruit and a sweetener of your choice, then serve as a gelatin dessert. Ah, so it's not related to the Wraith? Potentially not, no. Now, does this guy come with music? It would help if I even turned on the music in this place. No, he doesn't come with music, so we're going to have to add our own, which is fine. Happy to do that. It just might take me a moment. This wasn't quite the music I was thinking of, I'll be honest. But maybe, I mean, it's kind of fitting. There was a lot of, like, beer water over there, wasn't there? One by one? Very interesting. Alright, let's find something else, shall we? This is the one. This is what we're going to use. Pikmin in another form. That's what this is. Thank you for the sub. At least it's not nature sounds like this game's trying to actually do for us. Oops, I left a little early. Wow, now I'm actually screwing up unintentionally now. And I called back Ochi, damn it! No, I want to disband, not change. Okay, I kind of wanted them to, like, Plasm Wraith it a little bit. I was wondering if all Pikmin could do it, it would be the Rock Pikmin. But apparently it doesn't feel like doing it today. Come on, buddy. Let me just Plasm Wraith you a little bit. Just a little bit. You know, you're kind of familiar. You remind me of it, you know? Now this guy, I think, was actually kind of the peak of Pikmin 4 for me. His boss fight definitely gave me, like, the best impression for how I expected boss fights to go. I was admittedly a little disappointed to see the rest of it was just percussion. But oh well, I really liked his boss fight the first time through. I think he was my favorite boss fight from that first playthrough. And he's dead now. So let's get back to Icarus City, shall we? The absolute peak boss battle. Yeah, the music just works so well with what was going on, I think. Steve and his girls are dead. They certainly are. None of the Piklopedia enemies come in music. The groovy longlegs technically did, you know. So, there you go. That position is so mysterious lifeform. Yeah, there's some... I mean, like, come on. They literally combine... That's a good point. The Fulix is literally a combination of the Gulix and the Plasm Wraith. And you're telling me they're not related? Anyway, now we have the somethingpedies, the Shirapedies anacondae, fledgling, the downy snagret. The sight of this wee one boinging around and pecking at its food, all while skillfully balanced on its one leg, is truly awe-inspiring. If you get too close, it might feel vulnerable or give you a warning poke with its beak, or it might just turn to you for comfort. Due to the... I thought I heard an alarm, don't mind me. Due to a common phenomenon known as imprinting, wow, okay, I know imprinting, this baby will recognize anything that it sees or hears within a given length of time after it hatches as its parent, after it hatches as its parent, and consequently follows them around. However, the downy snagret has two specific conditions for imprinting. The first is that the target must be tall and blue, and the second is related to the sound of its cry. This means that it will never make a mistake with something as small as we are, and will instead recognize it, or us, as food. Since it is still a fledgling, the downy snagret does not go underground to feed. Instead, it stays on the surface where there is plenty of food. It looks harmless enough, but beware, its parents may be hiding nearby until the baby is old enough to fend for itself. Ooh. Foulix's theme is so ominous, I adore it. Yeah, I love the Foulix. 4 is deaf an alternate timeline where Olimar didn't hit an asteroid but just lost control of his ship, making him land farther than in Pikmin 1. Ooh, that's a good logic. We do see the meteor though. Did it only hit the other guys? But then it hit everybody. How did everybody crash? Anyway,
Grind up the meat and cartilage, then mold into meatballs. Just baby birds, blah, blah, blah. This tender texture of the meat contrasts nicely with the crunchy, chewy cartilage bits.
Christ, Louis. Evil. Wait a minute. The Plasm Wraith can't die in the physical world, but the Water Wraith and Gulix can't technically die. Also, do note the Water and Gulix die like the illusion enemies in Pikmin 3. Well, they are made of gel, so... But also, maybe. Then I played the... I think I missed the first half. I want Pikmin 4 so bad. I played the demo on the eShop and I'm addicted to it now. And I'm normally a Super Mario, Metroid, and Zelda gamer. Well, welcome. Welcome to taste. Welcome to the niche that's becoming less of a niche. Welcome to the Pikmin 4 community, where we sit around 200 at a time and read a library together. That's just how it's come. That's just how it's come to be. The only person in all of Pikmin 4 that didn't crash on PNF404 is the player. Yeah, and what does that mean? Why? I'm going to delve into this at some point, I can tell you already. I just know somehow it's going to happen. Right. I've forgotten the name again. Shirapedies anacondae, not a fletchling. Instead of the sky, this scaly anomaly flies through the ground. When it pops its head to the surface, the way its crown of feathers fluffs, though intended to make it seem more intimidating, is delightful to behold. But be wary of lingering to gaze up at it, as you'll likely get the poking of a lifetime from that long, sharp beak.
The majority of species lie in wait to ambush and capture prey, with a body type perfectly adapted to such sudden strikes. It violently attacks small dwelling creatures. Distributed across a relatively wide range, subspecies of snagrets suited to the varying soil conditions have emerged, making the snagret the most geographically represented species beside the bulborb. Ah, okay, yeah. And also there was one with a standing foot at one point, which I guess is kind of what the fletchlings are. Visually resembling the burrowing snagret is the burrowing snarrow, the range of which particularly overlaps with the snagret's range. While the two may appear similarly, when pulled from the ground, they can be distinguished by the presence or absence of tail and wing markings. Ah, interesting. Okay. Slice the serpentine torso into thin medallions, skewer on a metal rod with hocotate onions, and barbecue over an open flame.
I like how they had to specify hocotate onions and not just onions. I like that. Wait, I know, because the player is just a recruit and not a captain, the planet didn't make him crash. Lines up with the umibozu theory. Ooh, ho, ho, ho. Every ship that's crashed has had a captain on it, except for the player. Ooh, that's good. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, I like that a lot. I believe that in Pikmin 3, Olimar hypothesized that the Plasm Wraith was not related to the Water Wraith. President Satcho never crashed. No, but... Well, that was a bit of a weird plot hole. They just didn't crash every time they came back. But Olimar crashed the second time he left. When he tried to do it again. But I think that's just a Pikmin 2 plot hole about going back and forth. Maybe? I don't know. Right, time for another strange Pikmin name. The Waddlequoth. Wow. Named after a gourd, briefly. The Sluppus gordicus. The gourd feather family. Oh dear. It possesses a bottomless stomach and will swallow down anything and everything unfortunate enough to end up in its path. It'll even consume things larger than its own body without missing a step. The best part is its goofy little head that looks like just a fuzz-covered gourd. Just outright calling out gourds as well, not just Louis, huh? Alright. Or the character got fanfic self-insert syndrome. Also plausible. Although he's also not in like a full ship. He's in like a tiny little pod. Maybe that's what the difference is, you know? Olimar didn't crash in Olimar's comeback, though. No, I guess he didn't. So the meteor was first attacked by the big ship. So if it does come around, it's going to be chasing not Olimar, but someone else. Maybe? All the civilians crashed? Are they captains too? I think so. They all have a leader. They all have like a teacher, or like Don Bergman. Stuff like that. I think so. That's honestly more terrifying. This implies there's multiple subspecies of umibozu. Yeah, there's a lot of directions this could go, eh? I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, fuzz-covered gourd. Its overdeveloped respiratory muscles allow it to suck in large volumes of air through its long, thick beak while feeding. Its feathers are too small to use for flying. The current theory is that this is due to its niche position in the ecosystem being quite secure thanks to a lack of natural predators and little competition for food in its habitat. However, with the expansion of Pikmin territory, recently his numbers have been gradually declining. Sorry, we've just New Zealanded this island, I guess, in planet form. Oops. Did you guys see that? This developer, whoever wrote all this out, is just using nature as an excuse to bring up every single word they try, you know? They got out vor, they got out sex, they got out, I don't know, all sorts of other things I've since forgotten. And now we have breasts, thighs, and wings. Can be baked, roasted, or fried. The rest of the carcass is great for flavouring in a rich soup stock. Yeah. Didn't know waddlequoths had waddleable quoths, but there you are. I'm scared of Louis' log. You should be. It implies he's done all of these things. He just rips open these creatures when he eats them, you know? Look at the castaways, TV crew, research team. All have some sort of captain, and for Louis, he ain't a captain, at least from what we know, and for the president too. Maybe the planet was confused. Maybe. Some kind of umibozu that doesn't want them leaving the planet, perhaps? What is the dark force on the planet that keeps them crashing the ship? Yeah. I don't know. Did you read Sperm yet? I did. Yep, that was really early on, surprisingly. Didn't know it got there. Scorched cake. Oh, hello. Okay, I keep thinking I'm near the end. I'm like, oh no, there is a whole collective of species here. The Conchcrustus embryo. From the shell cake family. In a way, it looks kind of like a tasty treat, but in actuality, this burning bivalve relative is a fierce hunter, squashing its prey with a fiery flourish. The beauty of its popping, crackling flames and the dynamic cartwheels it can perform in battle is a spectacle to behold. Related to bivalves, it uses its internal muscles to dexterously manipulate its upper and lower shells. This ability allows it to squash eggs and small ambularidices like Pikmin, thus returning nectar to the ground. It then feeds off the microorganisms and moss that benefit from the nectar. To further facilitate the growth of its food, the scorched cake will secrete oils from its body through its shells and onto the ground. It then sets that area on fire, perhaps as a way to improve soil fertility. Ah. I thought you were going to say it was going to cook its enemies somehow on it.
Remove the internal meat and place directly on the shell while it's still smouldering to cook. It almost smells better than it tastes.
And also, fun fact, this guy can actually crush rock Pikmin. You know, rock Pikmin. Oops. I didn't know that would actually hurt the damn thing. You know, it's meant to be uncrushable, but they can if there's an element involved. Found that out from an old Mythbusters video that's not old. It came out this morning. So actually, this guy can do some severe damage, which is very interesting, I thought. Like, this does nothing. Especially because I missed, I think. Oh, no, I lost 4. No, they died. They just dead. They just dead. Whereas these guys, bam. Actual death under there, which I thought was very cool. A cool, mild, niche thing to learn. I'd love... Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild has loads of, like, incredibly niche information you would never need to know. I'd love to hear that all about Pikmin 4. Louis should be on a watch list. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I really want Louis' reaction to this creature. I think we just saw it, didn't we? Yeah, just place directly on the shell. Remove it. Cook it. Cook it with its own body is basically what Louis is saying. My goodness. The Myclops did that too, because the arena has water. Ah, that's cool. Right, Shock Cake, which is the same Conch, Crustus, and Pero now. Living creatures can sense your intent and emotions, so if you face them with love in your heart, they'll know it. When you love and are loved back, even the occasional electric shock isn't so bad. That's right, I'm into that. Instead of play biting, this sweetie does play shocking. It can zap away shoulder stiffness and fatigue in a flash.
This species has muscular organs that can create electricity by using ion gradients with densely layered rows of electricity-generating cells which are arranged in an asymmetrical series. It uses its plug-like protrusions to instantly shock its prey, and then squashes it. The squashed prey acts as fertilizer, improving the quality of the soil so that the microorganisms and moss that the shock cake feeds on can thrive. Ah, so the squash prey are fertilizer. Interesting. And sometimes the fire is as well, huh? Saute a butter and cover with a sauce made from the green liver paste. Anyone with a highly developed palate will enjoy the slightly bitter flavor profile.
Cool. He claims he has his own highly developed palate. I think Dalmo deserves a watch list more than Louis at this point. You can see this. Dalmo after seeing the most horrific large bug creature. Yeah. So this is a Conch Crustus Cryone. Makes sense. The way its blue-white shell is woven through the cracks makes it look like a porcelain coaster. What's more, it's cold enough to keep your drinks chilled. Of course, this remarkable critter is very much alive and would flip-flop your drink right over. Oh, okay. I thought for a second the drink was a drink that it gave it at the bar, like flirting or something. It just, in my mind, that's how Dalmo is, you know? Dazz, here's something to think about. Oliver's ID badge states he's a magnet for bad luck. Note we keep saying there's a dark force which brings him towards Earth. Coincidence? Interesting. That is a very interesting point. I like that. I like that a lot. Ugh.
By emitting frigid air from one side of its shell, it can freeze and squash any prey that approaches too closely. Food can be hard to find in extremely cold climates, so one theory is that this species has developed some kind of mechanism that allows it to store its prey for long periods of time.
The meat under the icy side of the shell is quite muscular, while the other side is nice and fatty. Two great tastes in one.
Sweet. I saw a little bit of pop in there. Those mushrooms came in later. Look at that. And they're random. I didn't see them pop in that time. Hello. Didn't get you in a note before. The Fungirusus elasticis, I guess. The Sporovid family. Come, let us ponder the puffstool and its unfortunate, devolvement over the years. This devious little bean releases spores that have hallucinogenic effects on Pikmin. At first inhale, affection sprouts and they are drawn in closer. Then, odd kind of charm, where am I? Then, they breathe in more and more of the confusion-inducing spores. I think I might have ingested something there. Soon they think of nothing but the puffstool as they jump around. Boing, boing, bo. I guess my main protagonist stopped caring about them and left the conversation, huh? a type of ambulofungus. The current working theory is that the puffstool evolved from a more common species of fungus that gained animal-like characteristics over time, including the ability to walk. When it senses danger, it'll scatter spores from under its cap, releasing a hallucinogen that confuses its attackers. The hallucinogenic compound in the spores is only effective against this species' natural enemies, the Pikmin, causing them to mistake it for their leader. Their only enemy is Pikmin. Even in Pikmin 1, I guess that was the case, huh? Pikmin who fall into this trap are then used as workers to maintain nutrition or defenses for the puffstool. Interesting. The biggest disappointment in the game, no Puffmin. Maybe there'll be... No, this is the chance for them to mention it, and they didn't. Maybe the Toxstool will give it to us.
Flip upside down and cook cap over a charcoal grill, low and slow. Once it starts to sweat, it's ready to eat.
Yeah. I mean, we can fight this guy, but it's like... the music doesn't even need to change. Like, it's just so... a little basic, you know? In fact, I'll have a bit of both. How about that? It's almost fitting, but I'm not quite playing the Forest Naval theme. Sorry about that. Do they at least fight for us? No, of course they don't. There you are. Wow. What an enemy. What an enemy. I've just realized something very stupid on my part. My camera has been having a couple issues as I've been readjusting it, going up and down, standing up and sitting down in past streams. And I was always like, it looks like it's at an angle, but I'm clearly head on, so it's not a problem. I realized during that, the reason it looks head on is because the background is not attached to me. I keep thinking I'm looking weirdly leaning. I'm not. I'm standing up straight. This is straight. The camera is at an angle the whole time for like the last 50 hours of Pikmin content. And I never noticed because I'm green screened in. Idiot me. What? How did I make that? Like, I was like, oh, it looks straight to me because it's like, it's straight. I'm in the room. Also, now my microphone is just broken. It's just detached. 1 second. Give me a moment. Have some new that might be copyrighted, actually. Let's just have some random music. Totally, that fits. Right, I'm fighting my mic. Maybe it was a aesthetic choice. We're gonna claim that, shall we? I may be talented enough to beat the game in like 2 days since release, but apparently I'm not talented enough to not be leaning the entire time. God, I'm never gonna look at this playthrough correctly again. I'm still kind of leaning. I kind of lean. Why did the microphone have issues now that I'm upright? Like, it's like it doesn't understand it's... I don't know. Very strange. The Forest of Nope has given me some peaceful vibes there. Oh, yes. Upright Dazz is so uncanny. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll ignore that lapse in intelligence for a second, shall we? I'm still kind of to the side, but it's because my mic doesn't want to follow me. Okay, that's not bad. The Toxstool. The Parasitus pseudofungi elasticis. See how it toddles and bounces on its wee little footsies as it goes for a stroll, scattering extremely toxic spores along the way?
This creature is a walking nuisance, but there's an odd kind of charm in that bothersome nature that makes it hard to leave alone. If you say so, Dalmo. If you say so. Well, Dazz, at least you haven't crashed yet. You know, that's very true. I am risking it by just floating above the planet up here, but oh well.
Much like the puffstool, the toxstool is neither an animal nor fungus, but a mix of the two, or an ambulofungus. It doesn't serve a producer or consumer role in the ecosystem, but functions instead as a decomposer. It primarily parasitizes other living organisms by blanketing them with spores. However, the toxstools can infect a deceased specimen as well. Yes, it does do this. Its hyphae is able to move the muscles and control the body as if bringing it back from the dead. The way the fungal filaments grow differs based on the host organism. In some cases, they may cause the host to wander around in search of food to facilitate a more nutrient-rich fungal culture medium. They can also just use the host as a means to scatter more spores. Ooh, interesting. Stay leaning, upright, Dazz is cursed? I'm sorry. It does look a little weird now, doesn't it? Ah, well. Bury underground for about 40 days so the poison can leach out. Its smell will make you gag, but the flavor has notes of chocolate.
Oh, okay. I kind of want to fight this guy too, to be honest. So let's make it happen, shall we? And this guy is going to be just as easy, I imagine, right? It's just because the poison don't do anything bad, right? Yeah, it's just a color palette swap, so I shouldn't really have any issues. Although they are plonking off for some reason. And also, it's just poison. It's not even confusion. You're technically even weaker. I just am terrible at your cave sub-level for some reason. Oh, this is brilliant. After all that time, I'm glad I can finally make this, you know, so much easier on me. Ah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. I'm very happy with that. Okay, let's get back to it, shall we? The moldy dwarf bulborb. Strangely after the toxstool, which I wouldn't have put as that, but okay. This is the Parasitus pseudofungi elasticis hostus. Whew. Picture this scenario. Like this poor darling, you're conscious but no longer in control of your own body. I don't want to picture that. Someone or something else has taken you over. A horrifying concept, isn't it? But what if the thing controlling you couldn't live if it didn't do that? Sometimes it's simply a matter of survival. Not quite a compliment, so maybe that's a plus. Ugh, full-on zombies, huh? God, I'm starting to not like this.
This is an example of a young bulborb body that's been infected by fungal filaments. While the last guy could bring back the dead, this zombifies the living. Now a host, it unconsciously continues to seek out and ingest food, all the while scattering large amounts of spores out of the spore sacs on its back until it can no longer move. After all host body activity ceases, the specimen mutates into a fungal culture that'll eventually become a juvenile toxstool. Ooh, that is uncomfy. It is conscious and dead. Ugh. Tastes best if eaten just before the meat spoils. Once all the mold has been removed, enjoy a unique flavour reminiscent of dry aged meat.
I wonder if they live through that as well. It's Parasect, yeah. It's Cordyceps. It's The Last of Us. It's all sorts of things. Very cool concept. I'm glad it made its way to Pikmin. Kind of. And leaflings were kind of like zombification, parasiticness, but sort of. This is the Parasitus pseudofungi elasticis hostus. Hold on a minute. It's the same exact creature. Or it's a mistake. It's the same hostus. And then it's something else. Ooh, is that a mistake? Or is it just meant to be the exact same creature and they're about to tell us? I don't know. Slugger, slugger, choo-choo! Here comes the fungal spore train. This miasma emitting from the fungus on its back has toxstool spores in it. I guess we're just talking about toxstool spores the whole time. If you must observe it, do so as far away as possible, or risk ending up as a fungal choo-choo too. Thank you very much for the sub.
Both the nervous system and slime-producing organ of this specimen have been invaded by fungal filaments, which is why it scatters spores as it moves. It also shakes spores onto other creatures, thus infecting new hosts and expanding the toxstool's habitat and range. Once the host's body ceases to function, it will no longer serve as a fungal cultural medium, and because its bodily fluids dry up, and the corpus shrinks. At that point, the host body is abandoned. Oh. These are all creatures zombified by Toxstool, but it's the same enemy, yeah. Its name just says it's a parasite host. Interesting. Fun fact about cordyceps, it doesn't control the brain, it controls the muscles. The insect is in fact conscious, but no longer in control of itself. Yep. Horrifying. Same as in The Last of Us, the zombies are conscious humans.
After removing the poison, the broth is fragrant and savoury. Don't drink too much or you'll find yourself with crippling stomach ache.
What?
Crippling tummy ache.
I think I combined that with stomach just then. Then we come to the normal, the pyroclasmic slooch, weirdly after the poison variant, huh? Well, slooch family and volcanus at the end. Its original Latin word is sulicina or something. The mucus of the pyroclasmic slooch acts as a natural fire starter, but it also seems to serve as insulation from heat. Gazing into those flickering flames at night would be a great way to relax. And the ripple pattern going from top to bottom is so mesmerizing. I never even noticed that it's constantly moving. That's really nice. That is mesmerizing. A species of terrestrial snail coated in flammable mucus instead of traditional shell. The creature stays lubricated through constant secretion of mucus so that the fires never reaches its skin. Also, we've never actually seen a snail in the Pikmin franchise, I don't think. The most fascinating aspect of these creatures is their instinctive ability to avoid causing widespread fires by carelessly brushing plants. Don't understand how that works, is what he's saying.
Remove tongue and discard the rest. Cook over a charcoal grill until medium rare.
He really likes his charcoal grills, doesn't he? To me, Louis' notes look normal compared to Dalmo's and Olimer's. I think it depends how brutal he gets, you know. Some mushrooms can infect small insects and control the brain on the insect to find a place to grow. That's very true, yeah. Does that mean when it resurrects them, they regain consciousness? Oh, that's awful. You're right. Yes, it does. I thought the fire from the slooch would burn the mold spore. Apparently not. Apparently it just takes over. They never mention it, huh? Right, the bearded amprat, the Numbose family? Porcellus barbavolta. This little cutie has a long beard that makes it a little bit curmudgeonly. But if you were to try brushing it, do so with caution. This dear one, will, see for yourself. Moving close to get a good look. Truly a shocking experience awaits you. The hair covering its face works as a capacitor. It charges electricity by rubbing their hair to build static, then discharges it at enemies intruding on its territory. It's more territorial than aggressive, attacking only when threatened rather than to hunt prey, even though it does hunt prey if you're near-ish by in its territory. Oh, territorial, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It has several qualities unique to this ecosystem, such as breastfeeding. It's young, which may sometimes give rise to a whole new taxonomy of fauna here. I mean, that's not that strange, but, you know, someone did make the choice to manually put that in, so,
Pan roasted thighs with sprigs of rosemary and whole garlic cloves. Finish with a squeeze of fruit juice to highlight the subtle notes of the lingering electricity.
Oh, okay. Fruit juice goes well with tangy electric, huh? The Bloister are based on real-life nudibranch, a sea slug creature. Ooh, okay, that's cool. Louis needs to collab with Gordon Ramsay. That would be very strange. If I was Gordon Ramsay kid, I would show him this. I wonder what he'd say about it. Probably just weird stuff, you know? Like, this is very strange. Hello, we're in the question mark territorial family now. We're near the end, buddy. The horned Hortolanus asymmetria, because it's asymmetrical, I see. Don't know where it's from. Is it water wraith related? Probably not, but we'll see. A gentle creature removed from the fierce competition of the strong eating the weak. It sits in gardens in a pool of sunlight, looking content as it gazes out its big, round eyes at a plant it has raised that's just starting to sprout. Don't tease this mild-mannered beastie by messing with the delicate sprouts it's tending. The imbalanced asymmetrical arms of the Mamuta are among its most notable features. Again, a song very fitting for the Mamuta. Feeding on seeds and fruit, the Mamuta is known to actually sow and grow plant species. While other species have exhibited seed-burying behavior for the purpose of storage, the Mamuta is the only species so far known to actually cultivate fields of plants. Meanwhile,
inedible. Tastes like chicken.
Nice. No, Ochi, no, it was to be chill. We were meant to be chill, buddy. We're here to rest. I wanted to pluck the Pikmin he came with, but Ochi doesn't seem very happy, so oops. Ochi, stop! We're in trouble. Well, there goes that. Alright, bye-bye, Ochi. Time to talk about the Porcilian. Louis said the thing. He certainly did. How does Louis know what chicken tastes like? Probably because you can hear a sheep bleep in Pikmin 3's intro, and that must mean chickens are still alive. I guess so, maybe? We'll see. Ochi giving the Mamuta the bombastic side-eye. That's exactly what's happening there. The Castanutum pricklerus from the sharp shell family. Okay, we're not in question mark territory, never mind. When it cowers down to roll up, it looks like it's feeling lonely. If you get closer, however, the needles all over its body become projectiles that it'll launch at you. I can't help thinking this is just a plea for attention. It's okay, Prickly Bean. I'll be your friend. Its needle-covered armor is soft and quite exposed. Furthermore, it has a cowardly disposition, so when it senses even the slightest danger, it shoots out its spikes. Regenerating new spikes requires significant amount of calorific energy, so this creature requires significant amounts of food. This likely explains why, when it scrounges through garbage, it sucks up not just the insects it finds, but also the trash itself. They have ingested a few of the SS Dolphin parts too, but those could never be mistaken for trash. Huh, definitely not. No. As for you, Louis, what do you have to say about the new Porquillion, a new actual mini-boss from Pikmin 4?
Cut the meat into 4 even slices. It's already split in 4. Dip slices into a beaten egg, then drench in breadcrumbs. Fry over low heat.
Nice. Standard. Classic. I can see that. I can see that, man. I can see that already. The Honey Wisp. Oh, I want to make that recipe now. The Nectara fatus. Fatuus? Something like that. Bro, you got a whole house in the game, and with all the environments, humans are deaf still alive? Yeah, but we ain't seen them. What are they up to? Maybe it is post-apocalyptic, and they're just really clean in there, you know? Dust doesn't exist on this planet. You don't know. You don't know. This cutie swims through the air with heavy-looking nectar egg dangling down from something or other. Below its translucent body on its way back to its nest, where its offspring await lunch. Nectar is a vital source of nutrition that most life on this planet depends on. Whether it's in the form of an egg yolk, sap, or honey, I leave up to your imagination. Nice.
This floating life form drifts effortlessly on the winds. Upon death, its physical structure instantly collapses, and as the creature is particularly elusive and difficult to catch, then no sample specimens have been acquired as of yet. If I could simply recover a live sample, research on this species would likely proceed more smoothly. But it won't. And how about Louis? Although the eggs are small, the yolk has a distinctively bold and tangy flavour. Try tossing in a few in a pan along with your choice of meat and fresh vegetables and cook up a country scramble.
Louis and Link, I feel, would get along quite well. I feel like there's a similar vibe here. You don't think Survivor Link in Tears of the Kingdom would not rip up a bokoblin to cook? I see it, man. He's just more into vegetables. More Olimar taste, you know? Oh well. The Puffy Blowhog. Ah. Inflator? What inflator? The sus inflator. Damn it, I fell right into that, huh? Thank you, Pikmin. My theory is that all these captains are evolved humans. That would make logical sense. Like the humans left, evolved into smaller species, and then all magically came back generations later. I see that. I think it's like Wall-E, but radiation instead of garbage. Plausible. See those prominent spines upon its back? I like to imagine that if you looped rope through them and hung up gondola from the ropes, you could create a living airship. How amazing it would be to travel the sky with one of these spiky sweetlings. We'd float along together wherever the wind chose to take us. That's quite the imagination you have there. Someone will make that into a mod. I imagine it like bokoblins flying in master mode, you know?
This species of blowhog uses internally generated hydrogen to inflate a flotation bladder and hover above the ground. The creature's electrified pulse creates a sash of color that flows along the surface of its body, making it a particularly beautiful species in the blowhog family.
Precisely how it is able to internally stabilize its highly explosive hydrogen and simultaneously generate electricity remains a mystery. The buffy blowhog blows leaves and grass around to eat the insects underneath. It maintains mid-air buoyancy by using its fins and releasing air through blowholes. This enables it to float effortlessly, even in the breeze. It's giving Xenoblade 2. I was thinking that as well, like just a big inflatable airship balloon. I see it. This reminds me of Brittany saying she wanted to ride a dwarf bulborb. She could. They're prominent. You know, it fits. My theory is just that humans are at work. Makes sense to me. They're just doing the normal 9 to 5. And you don't go inside the house on a night. You do. Damn it, never mind, that's ruined. You can get a good idea of the scale from the house thing. You would definitely notice a swarm of 100 Pikmin on your coffee table. True.
Slice this creature's feather-like skin into triangles, deep fry until crispy, and salt generously. Makes the perfect scooping chip to accompany fresh mango salsa.
Great, thank you, Louis. Right, icy blowhog, the thing I cannot even tell the difference on. Oh no, okay, I see it slightly, not striped. Maybe I'll know that from now on. The sus air frigidae. This frosty flyer may exhale frigid breath, but you can touch it without having to worry about freezing. Its face remains quite cool, but it expels warm air from the little holes on its side. If you're feeling chilled, you could sidle up next to this little one. Very ironic, but okay, we'll take it. I would have thought it'd be a fiery blowhog, you know, in that form.
This creature possesses 3 lungs, an air sac used as its primary respiratory organ, a flotation bladder that gives it its buoyancy, and a cold sac that stores cold air. Like the puffy blowhog, its buoyancy is a result of the hydrogen produced by electrolysis. Its icy breath is condensed carbon dioxide, much like the snowy blowhog. Why is it so separated in this Piklopedia? I don't understand. Different species within the blowhog family have many features in common when you look closely at the structure and characteristics of their internal organs. Has the consistency of candy-coated chewing gum and leaves a refreshing mentholated aftertaste.
These words, where does this vocabulary come from? I can't imagine what like the Japanese version uses for their vocabulary, because this is just a really good English dubber, you know? Whew. Fun fact, apparently the idea of Ochi began with the idea of being able to ride around on a small bulborb. That's true, yeah. They wanted to bring back Bulbmim, and they brought back Ochi, which is kind of a Bulbmin. There's some sort of parasiticness coming in. They never explain it. Ochi is Bulbmin parasite, I'm telling you now. The withering blowhog, the sus decrepitia. You can have a bit of fun with this one by giving it a good poke and watching it wobble and sway through the air like a balloon. Poke it too much, though, and it may spew gas and fly off. It's a mischievous little fellow, a darling, and the way it scatters flowers and cackles is quite charming. It does cackle, I do remember its cackle.
The withering blowhog is a close relative of the puffy blowhog, which is a close relative of the icy blowhog, but not the snowy blowhog. That's totally different.
But its breath is significantly weaker. However, its breath does contain a petal-withering plant hormone that causes flowers to instantly lose their petals. Yes. Although its breath has not been studied in detail, analysis of chemical compounds involved hold great promise for the biotechnology sector. And also it runs away from you if you have spicy spray, because it can no longer deflower you, because you are super flower mode.
Hang this creature on a rack and sun-dry on a hot afternoon. When suitably crisp, grind the sun-dried beast into powder. Make a great substitute for cayenne or curry powder.
It mocks you. Grrr. Exactly. It is said that the Pikmin planet is Earth after humans died from radiation and mutated pigs into balloons. I don't think that has been said anywhere. I think it's just like theories being picked up. You can sort of understand it, the radiation from a clicker meter. I forgot what they're called. I used to know. Thermometer? Not thermometer. Oh well. Clicky-lo-dicky thing. Oh well. The lesser spotted jelly float. Hello. It's been a while since I've seen a dotalium like you. That's not a bulborb. The cephalus dotalium. Okay. Notice the elegant way it floats and its delicate transparency. The mystical sky blue color always catches my gaze and won't let go. Even when the drifting darling sucks up Pikmin, it doesn't eat them, but gently envelops them. What a sweetheart. Can you
I remember these guys had like a very long sound. Can you hear them in this mode? Do they make noise? Hold on. Okay, yeah, you can hear them make noise. That's good. But they don't make a long noise anymore. Noted. Okay, maybe it was the big ones that do that. I don't know. I agree this one is a sweetheart, though. This native jellyfloat is indigenous to the region. Unfortunately, it is currently endangered, as its habitat is being overwhelmed by a hostile invasive species. Oh, and that's it. Cool. A lesser note for a lesser spotted jellyfloat. Louise is bigger than Olimer's. That's incredible.
Similar in taste and texture to gelatin, this jiggling mass of jelly can be sculpted into all kinds of creative shapes. As a bonus, it also doubles as professional grade hair gel. It's the perfect cool summer treat.
Nice. Let's see the greater spotted jellyfloat. Maybe this guy's the one that makes the noise, you know? Summingphilus vortexia. Oh, I like that. This lovely floating critter sucks up food by stretching and contracting its body. It's hard to imagine such a graceful creature could be of this world. It would be rather excited to get sucked in with all the treasures and Pikmin to float on forever. But if that really happened, I wouldn't be of this world for long either.
Vivid pink coloration is the most noticeable characteristic of this floating lifeform. This invasive species is not native to the region, having appeared to have recently arrived on wind currents. The luminescent organs atop its head attract prey, which it then sucks up and consumes with its lower orifice. Surely it should be in darker areas then, I would have thought, so you see the glow, because I never noticed the glow before. Unlike jellyfish, the jellyfloat's tentacles do not have nematocysts, so there is no danger in touching them.
Ooh. Big sad for the jellyfloats.
Like a fine cheese, the aroma of this fluid floater can be oppressive, but its flavour must be experienced to be believed. Also makes unforgettable non-dairy spread.
Oh, great. Love that. I love that for all of us. Man, Odie does have a lot of bombastic side-eye, huh? Odie does 20 at a time. I'm learning a lot today. And though it only did 1/3 of that thing. I need more ice. Now they're gonna have a bad time. Don't attack us, huh? Wait for it. Let's listen to this death. Damn, I shouldn't have frozen it. It didn't die the correct way. Well, I'm sure it was fine. I'm sure it didn't have a long death sound anyway. Unless people really know it, huh? Or you could ice bomb it. That would have been quick, but it still wouldn't have killed it correctly, you know? It kills? Apparently it does. Sorry. Welcome to my kind of streams, alright? I've had many Pikmin over the years. I am not afraid to let them die. Oops. Right, I'm a great leader. Amphicarus frondiferorum lava form. Okay. Imagine you're resting on a bench, and the next thing you know, you're being dissolved by a flying jellyfish. It's Nope 2022. That's exactly what we just did there. You are so right. I need to make that a quick TikTok edit or something. While watching it swim to and fro, fatigue and time just melt away. I'm able to relax this much, even on an unknown planet at the ends of the universe, because observing this aquatic beastie takes me back to the waterfront in my hometown when I was a child. Ah, very sweet.
It's an amphituber. It's totally it's a type of YouTuber. A YouTuber that all talks about frogs. An amphituber. The yellow wollyhop spawns in early spring, laying its eggs on low-hanging tree branches and shrubs growing in or near lands and ponds. Such unorthodox amphibious behavior is a defense mechanism, protecting the eggs from predation by blue Pikmin and water dumples. The wollyhop's wild hopping near the shoreline in early spring is thought to be a method of driving predators away from the wolpole eggs. Ooh, I like that.
Wolpoles can be eaten raw, but they're much more flavorful when steamed or grilled. Also heavenly in risotto. Feel free to experiment with this lush ingredient.
The wollyhops in Pikmin 2 are tough though. Oh yeah. They don't have a limit on crushing, whereas they do in Pikmin 3. I've beaten 2, 3, and 4 with 0 deaths, but I'm trying 1 right now, but the different spring is not letting it happen, huh? Then we have the Amphicarus frondiferorum, not a lava. Don't think of it as unexciting. This critter's simplicity is quite refreshing. Right. Lovely. In an inflated form. Should you raise one from a wolpole, you would certainly learn to adore it. The adults of the species can be quite a bit standoffish, though. This magnificent specimen has remarkably bright coloration compared to the rest of the Amphituber family, as well as 3 lateral spots. This species seems to have lost some swimming proficiency with the evolutionary adaptation that granted it greater jumping ability. The yellow wollyhop inhabits aquatic shallows and shows an instinctive drive to jump upon and squash smaller creatures. Ooh.
Coat in a thick batter and deep fry for a down-home flavor you won't soon forget.
I have no idea what down home means, but alright. Did they change the US name? They did. Yep. There is a thing as well I've found out more recent years of a doll-type like caricature called a gollywog. So which is even closer, obviously, to the original name of these guys. Which is an incredibly racist-looking caricature. And my nan still has a doll, and it's very creepy to see. You know, it's the classic one you would imagine with, like, an actual black face and then, like, weird, like, you know, straws, elements, and stuff like that. Not great. Anyway, Amphicarius albino. With a distinctive pallor, almost like it was painted with a white face paint. Okay. Not a good time to mention that, but it gives off an air of a performing mime. This cutie, that's much nicer than the alternative. This cutie can jump with quiet refinement, never moving its plump jowls at all. It's graceful and expressive in the most unexpected ways. It's frozen. It is believed that juvenile wollyhops were once carried by underground currents into caverns where they thrived in the dark habitat. This troglodytic species of wollyhop's coloration results from generations of cave dwelling and lack of sunlight. Comparative differences between the size and shape of this wollyhop and other species are thought to be the result of natural selection at work, choosing traits better suited to life in a subterranean environment. Cool. I like that. Dazz, make Louis scream, please. How do I do that? How do I do that? What? The chili hop. Oh, I like this. Frigidae again. Frigidae. Whatever. Slick and bulbous with a refreshingly frank face, that's one classy hopper. When it lands after jumping, it spills out cold air all around it. Mischievous and cool. This little fella needs to leave some personality for the rest of us. Dalmo, don't you worry. You have plenty of personality. The more I learn about it, the less I like, but you have plenty of personality.
When squishing prey with its mighty leaf, the chili hop secretes a bodily fluid made of ammonium nitrate, urea, and water. This causes an endothermic reaction that rapidly freezes its prey, making its attacks all the more lethal. After squashing the prey, it gets sucked up through the chili hop's belly. Since this species can store its food in a slightly chilled state without eating for a time, it easily adapts to environments where prey is scarce. Ah, it inhales them. Interesting. Remove the tender meat surrounding the eyes and stew with soy sauce. The collagen fibers are simply melt in your mouth delicious.
I missed the Louis note for the wollyhop. Oh, you're right.
Wollyhops are best ground up, shaped into a patty and flame broiled on a grill. Slap on tomato slices, lettuce, onions, but not the Hogate version, I guess now, and ketchup. Then slide the patty between a sesame seed bun for the ultimate beast burger experience.
I can't imagine how long this took for the poor developer to make that happen, you know? Oh, well. Ah, yes, the chili hop. Where is his fiery brother? Give me an electric one. That's what I want. Then you've got the master hop. Same as before, but advanced age, apparently. Okay.
Wiggly elastic skin is the proper fit for this bouncing beauty. Slippery smooth and shiny sleek, its skin is soft as a baby's cheek, though you might want to be wary of getting close enough to touch it. Just watch it move while... just watching it move will make you yearn for skin that is radiantly lustrous too.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. That's how I feel. Right. Oh, what a great view. Thanks, Piklopedia. It's widely believed that yellow wollyhops and other related species can continue to grow until they start breeding, but after that, their growth rates plummets. However, in safe environments, ones that lack natural predators for example, some individuals of the species may forego reproduction altogether and continue growing until they reach gigantic proportions. The master hop is actually just a wizard virgin. The yellow wollyhop's telomerase enzymes are particularly active, which prevents their body's cells from aging. Under the right conditions, it's not unusual for some individuals to reach over 50 years in age. Wow.
Meat can be consumed if first dehydrated with a lot of salt, but the eyeballs and the legs are the best parts. Very, very French.
Oh my god, we're still not through this, huh? What's the water dumple's Latin name, eh? I could have memorized it, but I haven't. The Ichthyosa felinis. Forgo reproduction. Now this is speaking my language. Nice.
This old critter lost its vision, but it evolved a very sharp sense of smell to compensate. Even if you sneak up behind it very quietly, it'll still detect you, so it makes no difference in the mechanics. But with a mouth that opens big and wide, approaching from the front isn't advisable either. Wait, are the entries in alphabetical order?
No, it is family. Something family related. I don't know what order it is, to be honest. A resident of freshwater pools and marshes, this aquatic creature regularly feeds on insects that land on the surface of the water. It shares a nearly identical skeletal structure with its close relative and terrestrial cousin, the bulborb. This may offer clues to its evolutionary origin and suggest that it only recently emigrated to an aquatic habitat. That was from Pikmin 2 as well.
Deep fried dumplings with batter for all the flavour with half the fat.
Okay. I just want to have a check. Okay. Plausible. Right? Yeah. We'll see. So these are the Summingalingus, Narrowlingus piscatum. Okay. These form a group and then swim gracefully along together as though joined in an underwater dance. Are they a family or traveling as a school? It might be enlightening to watch them with a submersible camera, very quietly, so they don't notice. Many assume it's underdeveloped due to its large eyes and lack of fins. Did we see this thing grow up? But this is simply its normal, fully grown form. That's the answer. Though its dorsal and ventral fins have atrophied, the long caudal fin helps to compensate for this. It can leap high enough out of water to catch low-flying prey. The scales comprising the round patches along the sides are known to turn light pink during breeding season. Cool.
Sliced raw and served as sashimi. The marbled fat gives this dish a deep umami flavour.
Also, we haven't actually seen this area with water before. I don't think that's quite what I want. Though, to be fair... Oh, well, now you're really pushing me, huh? Don't eat any of them. I think that'd be enough to say it's gonna eat it first. You win. You win, buddy. If that's what you're trying to say. Wow. And Autolock's really trying to not get them in the water as well, huh? Damn it. The Puckering Plinau won. Does that work? That didn't work either. Well, it could have done if I was slightly faster. Come on, I can do this. This should not be the hardest challenge of the stream. Come on, go! There we are. Beautiful. Now I will go to the Piklopedia. Thank you. Is there any more to see? Probably not. Just there they are, frozen. While it's still watered, hey? Have I glitched the game? No, it was just temporary anyway. Well, there you are. Okay, the Prickle Puff. New territory. The Piscopinius Pardos. To watch it swimming dreamily along, then spot it again walking plip-plop in tidal flats. The contrast is so great and I can only admire its adaptability. Didn't even notice. But don't be drawn in by its cute round little peepers. Much like a rose, the Prickle Puff has a very sharp thorn. Or several. Its hidden spikes evolved from scales that were once its forehead. The Prickle Puff uses them to charge and chase off unknown creatures that enter its territory. Its liver and ovaries contain powerful nerve toxins accumulated from ingesting shellfish and algae with trace amounts of poison. These toxins not only function as alternative pheromones, but also seem to keep predators at bay. However, once it's dead, the Pikmin have no issue carrying this creature back to the onion, where the poison is broken down into valuable nutrients. Ah. I swear I saw the Prickle Puff in Hey Pikmin. Really?
Remove the poisonous internal organs, then slice thinly and serve as sashimi again. The firm meat is brimming with umami flavor. God, we like umami over here. Pairs well with a light, refreshing citrus vinaigrette.
Right, the Waddlepus, guys. All the strange aquatic animals now. I guess it's like elements they're going by. Opistothidae Iachiobula. Nailed it. This accomplished napper can snore away a whole day, but just watching the peaceful look on its snoozing face conveys a feeling of contentment. Also, if you get up close enough, it can blow bubbles that will envelop you. Have a fun float. It's like dreaming.
Its eyes and stubby feet make it look like an octopus, hence the name. We have octopus apparently,
But it's closer in anatomy to a starfish. It sleeps during the day, but will stay alert for approaching predators, which it drives off by puffing itself up and releasing bubbles. Also, it doesn't appear at night. Closer research suggests that the true purpose for the bubbles is to protect its eggs during spawning season.
perfect for make-ahead meals. Marinate in the boiled meat in balsamic vinegar and chill for a few hours. The longer you let it sit, the richer the flavor.
Thanks. The aristocrat offspring, hatchling version of Isurio. What Isurio? Brachyraces Isurio. I'm not Latin. It pokes its little eyes just a bit out of the sand and stays very still, waiting patiently for us to come by. Even if we know they're hiding there, it's best to act surprised and give them a good shout of alarm. They don't do that. Was that an old version of the enemy that does that, maybe? Like a developer misstep there? Maybe. That's the best way to help them feel successful in their endeavors.
A juvenile peckish aristocrat. Small in size, its right pincer is only half grown. Because of this, it often hunts by hiding underground and lying in wait to ambush its prey. Generally, crabs pass through the larval stages Zoe and Megalopa as they approach juvenile crabhood. What? Instead, the peckish aristocrat is born with a body shaped like an onion. A hocotate onion, but I guess a Pikmin onion too, absorbing its nutrition through the ground and sprouting legs as it grows. Perhaps it's a close relative species in the Ambularidaceae class.
The events of Pikmin 4 haven't happened yet if you read the ID badge of Don Bergman. That's very true. This is at least before Pikmin 3, which is a bit strange. They were a little lazy with the enemy name. Yeah, they also just shrunk a guy. They've been shrinking and sizing the sums up, but I kind of like it. Burgeoning spiderworts? I don't think so. No. For some reason, I've always wanted to eat an aristocrab. It's literally a garlic crab. Fair enough. I think there was something else I wanted to eat. It was probably the Emperor Bulblax's tongue, to be honest. Probably even worse than you in that claim.
Throw a mountain of aristocrat offspring into a pot for a yummy and simple miso soup broth. Alive, of course.
Click, click, click goes the crab's pincers as it tries to impress other crabs. The crab with the biggest claw will be the most popular. Being popular means not having to work as hard to claw their way to the top of the crustacean hierarchy. The natural world is a lot like our world in that way.
Its unnaturally large claw is used for catching prey, for self-defense, and most surprisingly,
For its mating call, of course. Most aspects of the aristocrat's life revolve around it, which may explain why they become fearful and docile when the claw is damaged. Aww. It would also account for the claw's remarkable regenerative capabilities, which can restore it completely in a single night. It is also known to blow bubbles when under attack, but this is a result of it venting from the wrong discharge valve when under extreme stress. Oh, interesting. Onions probably taste good with all that garlic in it. Yeah, maybe Pikmin tastes good. They're just like oniony juice, garlicky juice. Interesting.
Great for hot pot. Remove the shell, cook the legs in a broth, and they turn nice and red. Pull them out, slather in liver paste before eating. Great.
The grub chucker, not related to the plinau, like I was at first thinking. The Carabea vescora from the crab lips family. Crab lips, sorry, not onion shell, crab lips, okay. The mouth on top of its head is somehow chic and ostentatious at the same time. Combined with the way it carries its claw like it's ready to give you a trim, this cutie looks like the charismatic beautician of the creature world, though the way it tosses its food in the air shows rather poor etiquette.
This bipedal creature walks upright, so its motion is noticeably slow, but the long reach of its pincers is useful for catching prey and tossing it into the wide mouth on top of its head. When young, this mouth stays closed, and the grubchucker lives on things like shellfish, nuts, and fruits, eating using the small trophy located behind the feelers below its eyes. As it grows, its sinicipal mouth opens, and it can start eating larger quantities of food. It has few natural enemies, primarily due to its height. However, it's often found in dimmer wetlands or underground to protect the soft top of its shell from the sun's rays.
Cool. It has few natural enemies, because it is very tall. That makes sense.
Pluck off the lips and serve with lemon and salt as an appetizer. Coat the arms and legs with plenty of miso for a full course dinner in a shell.
I think my best fight against this guy was when he was in the water and he just frees the whole water. That's very satisfying. And then we have the hermit crab. Rustica. What kind of rustica? We're almost done. Camabarus. The guy doesn't attack you, by the way, only Pikmin. Oh, really? Interesting. Right. Here we have one of the cleverest of creatures. It has many different nest holes that all connect below ground. Using this network, it can move from hole to hole to sneak up on prey or evade predators. A smart little darling indeed. Looking at the eyes and sickle-shaped leg characteristics of squillers, one would think this is a squiller relative. In fact, it is a relative of the hermit crab. This species, however, has migrated from seaside life in a shell and instead inhabits burrows in the ground. While its legs appear sickle-like, they are pincers that have evolved into a fin shape. This beast feeds on small creatures that pass by its lair, dragging them inside to eat them. Don't look in the sea or in the jungle? What?
Shuck from the shell, bake on high heat until crispy, then dip in a pot of melted milk chocolate. Lips smacking sweet. Yeah.
Standard. Right, bug-eyed crawmad. I didn't see this. Obviously, Pikmin 3 enemy. Camabrinus subterranid. Okay. Its peepers aren't just big. They're capable of seeing things our eyes can't. Ooh. Oh, what lovely peepers it has, too. This bug-eyed darling could identify all sorts of unknown objects for us if we showed it what to look at. How useful could that be? What are we talking? Infrared? Radiation? Beyond the color spectrum that we understand? What are you talking about? Okay, you guys noticed that too about the squiller comment? I just went over it, assuming I'm just like silly. Squiller is a species of mantis shrimp. Ah, okay. You gotta have some niche knowledge to understand all this Piklopedia. You don't have the IQ to understand Pikmin 4. Forget Rick and Morty. You need a high IQ to understand this clumptuous vocabulary. I don't know what clumptuous means. Like its cousin, the hermit crawmad, it makes its home in a burrow rather than in a shell. I lost my great pause. That's fantastic. It has a... what does it have? It has abnormally overdeveloped eyes with which to detect prey in cloudy water or low visibility mud.
It's right behind me, isn't it? These enormous eyes can perceive circular polarized light,
as well as the ultraviolet and infrared spectrum. Nice. It is well protected from predators, allowing it to live for upwards of 50 years and grow to immense size by repeated ecdysis. Ooh. Is ecdysis like the same age? Like a jellyfish, it redoes its life cycle? That'd be really cool. Apparently you just freeze the mud and beat this boss easy. Oh, really? Huh. Right.
When grilled, serves as an excellent filling for an offbeat po' boy. If you have any leftover, add it to a liver's paste, a paste to deepen the flavor.
Okay. The crusted rum pup. I was wondering when we were going to get to this guy. He's been a while, you know? I haven't seen him in a hot minute. He is the Darius capillium, with a red carapace curved like a jaunty sun hat and a tail sporting vivid yellow tufts. This critter is a natural illusion of great fashion, but its face and personality exhibit only true ferocity. It'll open its mouth wide and charge you with alarming speed. The juxtaposition of artistic exterior coupled with an aggressive attitude is intriguing.
Its body is covered in a hard carapace, and I hope it hasn't been a carapace this whole time. I don't think so. And it has an extremely ferocious personality. It spreads its sharp, fanged jaws to catch its prey. The crusted rumpup suffers from poor vision, but it uses the fine hairs on the lower part of its tail and the ball-shaped sensory organ at its tip to detect faint quasi-electrostatic fields emitted by other organisms. In short, it has other ways to sense its predators and prey. Ah.
The tip of the tail tastes almost fruity, with notes of sweet and sour. Pairs well with soft, ripened cheeses.
Gotta hop off. Enjoy your reading. Thank you very much, Master Sky. We're not going to go on very long. But yes, we are on the final 4 layers. God, it's going to take us a hefty little time, but we'll get through it. Maybe it's another hour. Oh, God. The Pearly Clam. What is it called? The Ostrom mandimuscae. Muscae. On sand hills or in the sea, wherever it may be, it never moves from its spot. It'll sit and wait for someone to wander past, someone being prey, preferably, though it could also be someone who knows the value of the beautiful shell or the pearl it holds nestled inside.
Using the pearl that takes shape inside its body as bait, this creature lures prey into its interior and traps it within its shell to feed. It's also worth noting that this pearl may just be an amalgamation of outside materials wrapped in a viscous gelatin exterior. Ooh. On the frequent occasions when it cannot gather food for itself, this creature can also obtain nutrients when symbiotic algae within its body photosynthesizes. For this reason, it can be found with its mouth open on shoals or sandy beaches that get a lot of sunshine.
Heat in a shell over a strong fire to bring out the umami-rich juices again. Finally mince the mantle and toss with noodles. Top with sesame seeds.
I'll tell you what. We still have another... Let's do these final bosses. I might skip these Pikmin and do the treasure hoard tomorrow. Because the treasure hoard has like 300 items. Is that also 3 notes? I might have to just start the stream earlier tomorrow. Because I'm not going to get it done in time. I think that's what I'm going to do. We're going to cut this early to make this work. Because it is past midnight. I'm going to start annoying my neighbors. But let's do these last few. The Toady Bloister. Let's get a finale going through this, shall we? Don't. I mean, I'm sorry. I've only got so much time. Or are you talking about the Pikmin? Do the Pikmin. We'll get there. It's 6 past midnight. Everyone is so distraught. I'm so sorry. It's just so many enemies, and it's 6 past midnight. The Pikmin have some funny entries too. We will do the Pikmin tomorrow. It will be that goes first, and then the treasure hoard is what I was thinking. Not just skipping them entirely. I could have said that better. Read Oliver's note on the music box. You see, like, that's way off of the tomorrow zone. But yes, you do share a time zone with me, Tyzerak. Yes, it's late, isn't it? The Molluskid Minioncus. Let's do this final run. At least read the white. We will do it tomorrow on stream. Cute little marble-like eyes, a smooth, undulating body, and a big, curvy mouth. A tongue that extends and separates into 6 parts. Gills like fruit from a plant. Sit a moment and take it all in. Sometimes it's fun to simply appreciate how a creature can do that. So much damage. Can still be such an adorable addition to our universe.
This species of creature has yet to complete its evolution from bloom-capped Bloister to the more advanced ranging Bloister. See, I'm losing the ability to read. Average Dandori issue. Yeah, you're exactly right. And I've got to read the voyage logs. There's so much to do. I've got to split this up. Because I also want to read and be able to process this. My brain's turning into mush as time goes on. I can see it. Compared to the latter, this creature is substantially smaller.
The fact that its mandibles do not protrude as significantly as the ranging Bloister is due in part to the fact that, like most mollusks, its vital organs are located deep within the creature's carapace. They love that word. The flower-like appendage on its back is actually a gill. It prefers a watery habitat from which it can capture unsuspecting small prey with its sticky tendrils. But we put it here on land because screw it. What's that in the background? It's just a plant. It was just a plant. And yes, they mentioned the raging Bloister. Hey, isn't that lovely?
Pan seared with herbs and oil until lightly crusted on the outside and rosy on the inside. Complement the savoury flavours with a light and buttery creme sauce.
Then we got the bloom cap Bloister, totally different. Molluscid florera. With a peaked carapace and undulating mouth, it goes around cleaning up everything in its path. It's the organic vacuum cleaner of the natural world. If you startle it, it opens up its top like an umbrella, which can be quite a surprise to whoever's watching. The origin species from which the ranging and toady Bloister evolved, it's still... okay, the original source. The exposed head and legs are covered by a layer of tough muscle, so it barely moves even when attacked. On the other hand, it has extremely sensitive flower-like gills that are characteristic of the mollusking family. Which it is. Yeah. When the gills are touched, the Bloister cannot breathe and must open its shell, exposing its soft body. Ah, so that's why it does it. There's one in the water in the background? Ah, okay.
The fatty muscle that controls those undulating motions must be eaten fresh. All that quick movement means the meat toughens quickly.
Then we have the bog swallow. God, I hate this thing. The gastropoidulus oculi. Ugh. It pops out of the mud, often with no warning, to say hello. With a body like a hose and a big round mouth, it's gross. It sates its appetite by feeding on the mud itself. Its 6 bright eyes, oh my god, those are eyes, I hate that, mean it's sure to see the fondness we have for it 6 times better. I hope it eats up all that unending affection.
This species prefers to inhabit cloudy, stagnant water like that in swamps. It spends most of its life buried in the mud and hiding.
Unlike its 6 eye-like sensors, it can detect minute movements in the water and vibrations on nearby land. It'll then forcibly leap out of the water and suck up its prey to feed. With its entirely cartilaginous skeleton, somewhat primitive features, like its round and chinless mouth, it appears to be some sort of primeval creature. Ooh. The creepy leech. You love the bog swallow design?
Leave it out overnight to drain the mud from the carcass. When ready to eat, cut into rings, then grill over high heat. The more you chew it, the more flavorful it becomes.
Then we have the Amphibiosapiens. Oh, do we have anything a bit more ominous for this guy? No, we don't. So, oh well, we'll just enjoy it in the world of, you know, good times. Totally. Perfect. A living thing is a living thing, even if it transcends our understanding. This unnerving creature is translucent and has no physical actual body to speak of, yet somehow it clutches its rollers with zealous devotion. It's both eerie and fascinating, don't you agree?
All that is known about this creature stems from a few sightings deep underground.
All reported sightings feature the same core set of details. A giant viscous form with a clear hazy sheen, not unlike hard candy. One theory holds that it may be the ectoplasmic incarnation of a kind of psychic phenomenon, but as is usually the case with such theories, it is very difficult to prove. All witness reports being suddenly overcome with fear upon sighting the creature, approaching a state of panic and near insanity. In fact, every report contains an inordinate amount of extremely vague details, which has led to suspicions that exhaustion and fear have caused some simple natural phenomenon to be viewed as a living creature. So some people think it's not even real. Huh.
Inedible, known to cause mass hysteria, followed by leg spasms and internal thunderings.
Nice. The Wraith is flashing the cameraman, how cruel. The one that proves the existence of the umibozu theory. Totally. Then there's the smoky prog, which took a long time to load. Ominous. The Magavum vaporus. In the night above ground, or the dark passages below, you'll suddenly notice an egg. If you leave the leg alone, a being of terror is born out of it. You can kill it before it arrives.
A mysterious fiend dragging itself along, but I feel that this misunderstood deer may be trying to communicate with us. Perhaps its tale is a sad one.
The smoky prog's body is consistently deteriorating, so collecting a living sample has proven difficult, and research into the species has progressed at a glacial rate. However, by examining the genes adhered to the smoky prog's eggs, it has been confirmed that they are in fact mamuta eggs. This discovery allows for the possibility that mamuta that do not develop properly and hatch become smoky progs. If, hypothetically, a mamuta were to remain above ground at night and absorb glow sap, that might impact the nutrients levels within its egg yolk. That change could lead to the embryo's inviability or break down its enzymes. Then, maybe, a smoky prog is born.
I see.
Egg tastes best when smoked. The flavour of the belly and the head is pleasantly warming.
Oh, great. Thanks. Right, let's see. Do you have music? Let's find out. I don't think it does. But also, before you get ominous on me... Oops. I'm messing up all of this. What does that mean? What did I do? I can't call anything else. Oh, I wanted to use the rock Pikmin. Obviously, I can't. Damn it! That was not what I needed. Huh. Well, that certainly makes night mode a little bit more doable. I will keep that in mind for next time, huh? And then, the Ancient Sirehound. You've been sticking around. You should be avoiding final bosses if you, You shouldn't be in this stream if you were not wanting to get spoiled. Sorry, here it is. It just jumped up on us. What a jump scare. It also has a heartbeat, which is horrifying. Yeah. If it is a mamuta egg, then why does it have a different scientific name? Because it's a bit confusing. They both have the question mark family, so it's kind of connected, I think. Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? Ancient Sirehound, the Decanis perditum. A coat that's dense and rough like a primeval forest, a stench like a wet canine, and a shockingly toasty body temperature. Clearly a dog in every sense. The long history of dogs being companions we can rely on triggers an instinctive reaction through our entire bodies. If I were left on the planet with this massive cutie, I'd be content. If we harvest mesenchymal stem cells from this gigantic canine creature and cultivate them with glow sap, the generated serum should return Ochi's leafified tail to normal once administered. These results would indicate that 99.9% of the canine's creature's DNA matches Ochi's, and that the only difference between Ochi and Moss may be the natural presence or absence of a leaf tail. If these two theories prove to be true, it would suggest the possibility that this ancient creature is a common ancestor to two canine species from vastly remote star systems, and that, perhaps, there are even more hidden secrets out there that could hint at a fascinating yet inconceivable truth the universe has yet to reveal. Everyone started here already, and they've left and come back. This is the same ancestral being that came from the same place.
The ultimate ride, plush and comfortable. I wish I could bring it home with me.
It's the best one. It's the best one? Yeah, it's the best one. Do you come with music? You don't. You don't come with music, huh? Also, I don't get glow Pikmin out of this. Do you have music? No music. That really, like, seems very strange, don't you think? Well, anyway, should I make this the ending? Yeah, sure, let's fight this guy again. I'm very bad at what I do, though. And also, there's no, like, the music's so un-ominous. I'm dead. Maybe that should just be the ending, right there. We will continue this tomorrow. This whole thing is way bigger than I expected it to be. Moss has an entry too. Don't you worry. We will get to Moss. Moss is like next, right? Moss is literally next. There's Moss. At that point, it then goes into... Oh, what? That's not right. Alright, we'll do just moss, and then we'll do the Pikmin, and then we'll do after, yeah? And then we'll go from there. Is that an okay stopping point? Because it is late, and I should have a correct sleeping schedule. Here is all about Moss. Do I zap him? No. I feed him. Moss deserves all the food they can get. Ochi and Moss are two peas in a pod. This guy is called Follicanus amicaris. It's quite unprecedented that a space dog should meet such a familiar creature on a far-off unknown planet. You could even call it miraculous. Could they be siblings separated at birth? No, that's just not possible. As far as I can tell, Moss has been a leafling pup since birth, and some of her DNA resembles that of the Pikmin. That is one point in which she differs from Ochi. When Ochi transformed from a standard space dog into a leafling pup, I started to theorize that Pikmin are in some capacity propagating their DNA in other organisms. Parasiticus pikminicus, as it's known. The pheromone in which all those castaways, including myself, became leaflings was very likely caused by being absorbed into the onion. Perhaps that process was also some sort of Pikminification of the body. Pikminified organisms can't leave this planet, so the Pikmin may have been motivated to carry out this process in an effort to secure a permanent leader. Of course, this is all a theory. And finally, at the end of it all, convenient for procuring ingredients, compact with a tight turning radius. That's gonna be all for us for now. I will get around to doing the Pikmin elements of the Piklopedia. Then we'll do the treasure hoard, which is longer? I need to see that. Hold on. How damn long is this, like, Piklopedia thing? Because, like, I like, it's 300 things, right? That was 160. Like, when am I gonna... This took me 4 hours, and I'm not done. It's a 5-hour read. How many... Oops. Ah, oh, that's not the button I needed. 3 for these too. Not as long, thankfully. Yeah, okay. So it's balanced out. It's another 4-hour runtime. So how's about tomorrow we will start an hour earlier at 7 o'clock my time, and then we'll go through all of this damn thing for the lore, because who knows, man? Maybe we needed to know that I should be able to lift this pretty easily, but I gave up after my first try. Really adds to the lore. We shall see. For now, a 5-hour plus read, yeah. We will end it there. I will resume more tomorrow. Play the music box before you go. Sure, that'll be the sound that ends our stream. How about that? I won't read it. We'll read it tomorrow. Gotta have a little bit of suspense, as much as this whole thing was basically suspense. My apologies on that. Lullabies or windmills? Let's go with lullabies. It doesn't feel like playing. Oh. There you go. Lovely. Wow. Going to sleep and everything. That's literally what I'm doing. I didn't know I became such a child. On that note, I'll be ending it off here. Can I have one that's a little less babyish, please? Like, literally, memory song. That's a lot nicer. On that note, my name's been Dazz. You didn't really care, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye-bye, everybody. I'm gone. My ending soon screen wouldn't have this music, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Bye.